In the beginning, we were born. Then we grew. Everything we knew was new. I know we can show our children a better future, one that we would all understand, one that would join us all together.
we go. Can you hear me, Glenn?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Good.
How's everybody else out there?
Can you believe it's already Thursday?
No, already? That means it's almost Friday.
Comes fast.
But it comes but once a week. So, had a fun week though, right? Got some good stuff done. Found some magic stuff.
We're finally catching up. I'm getting to play with some toys. Hi, Michelle.
How's it going? Get some stuff going over here. I think we have some different things going on this evening. A few things with keyboard, a few things perhaps with bass and guitar, but gotta see if that should be good. So that's coming through, but let's go this way.
How's that coming through?
Nice. The visual looks good. I like it.
Still trying to figure out what he was playing there on that.
The one we were just listening to?
Yeah. What Rob?
Basically, stick with, instead of chords, just try all black notes. And if you go for just the melody, all of those are in there. So like, I think it's like focusing on that G flat and like here. So I'm thinking of it probably G flat major.
Yeah, that does feel like the right starting chord.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it for the children. Figure out the chord.
There it is. That one feels good. Like ending off on that B flat also feels good.
Oh, is that the other chord? Oh, that's the same chord. It's just inverted.
Yeah, it's almost like cheating.
Sounds nice that way.
Yeah.
Once I get this circle of fifths mastered, I will know all chords.
That's right. And we'll be working on that too. There's a few different videos I've been watching lately. Some of them had some good information on the circle of fifths. One had was a tonage chart. We'll be looking at that a little bit later too. There's some really good information there, and a lot of it just comes down to kind of looking at the information that we already have and just trying to utilize it better. Like I have a few that I put together for guitar also, where I put together something from the caged system where it talks about the root position or the open position chords, open chords, and then how they translate to the movable position chords and how that translates to the different pentatonic positions and how that translates to the different diatonic positions, so that you can build from one to the other and realize that if you can kind of go down one of those lanes, you're going through a chord and a scale and a pentatonic scale, and they all go together, and you're kind of making it all kind of sink in at the same time. So having it all out there is good.
That cage approach, that's really for guitars, right? Does that translate over to keyboard?
In the way that you're not so much in the positioning. Like this is more for positioning of what things go where, but it's similar to if you're looking at a C major chord and an A minor chord, they feel the same. It's the same shape. So in certain case, you could consider that like the way we talk about a claw on the keyboard. Like that's one claw, right? That's 3 white notes, and they're that far away. So you can do that in several different places, and it can either be a major chord or a minor chord or even a half diminished chord. In the case of if you did B, D, F, that's that one that's a little bit different. That's a minor 7 flat 5, or in this case, just a half diminished. But it's still all the white notes and all in the same position. So that claw, we can move around like that. In the same way, you can do a movable claw on guitar, but instead of it being a major here and a minor here and a half diminished here, that one claw it would just be major, 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 major. It's the same chord position, but if you wanted to change to minor, it's just a minor adjustment. So once you get those major positions down on the guitar, you can translate them anywhere up or down the neck, and that's all the notes that you would need, because you've got usually up to 2 octaves almost as far as the strings go.
So it's really about keeping the claw as you slide up and down the neck.
Yeah, and it isn't necessarily keeping the claw, because a lot of times, instead of, like, if you were to do that and you were playing something that's, let's say, a 2-6-1-5 progression, you'd be going from like a 2 to a 6 to a 1 to a 5, so you'd be moving pretty far on the neck. And there's nothing saying that you can't do that, but it wouldn't be as convenient as if you went from a 2 to a 6 to a 1 to a 5. You could literally just go from this shape, and then if you change to a different shape on the next string, it's just 2 frets away. So you go from this one to that one to this one to that one, and that way you're just staying in one little box area and not having to move as far. And that's the same as using inversions on the piano to do the same thing. Like we talked about that with the one, if we did a 2-6-1-5 here, it would be a D minor, A minor, C, and G. And you can see that if we're doing the jumping or the bouncing, we're going from here up to there, down to there, and up to here. But again, using inversions, we could, if we inverted both the C and the D minor, or we inverted both the G and the A minor and inverted them down, they could keep all 4 chords in the same place. Right?
Yeah, the easiest way there would be to start with the D in root.
And then what do you do for that?
First, and the C in root, and then the G in first.
Yep. And that way you get a good feel, but you're keeping it all in one neighborhood. In the same way with guitar, you would use 2 different claws, because we used a couple different shapes there, right, with what we were doing. But you would use a different claw with guitar. You'd go from claw 1 to claw 2 to claw 1 to claw 2 to make that little transition happen there. If you wanted to, you could also move it around. There's a lot of times where you'd want to, for example, do the first 2 chords, the 3rd chord, and then you want that last chord to be higher than all the rest, and maybe go with a completely different shape way higher up the neck. That's one of those arrangement questions that's based on what you're trying to do. Hey,
yeah,
Uni, what's happening?
Or the approach, like whether I'm playing like style or whether I'm playing, because the inversions are a little different depending on.
And again, some of that can depend on if you have somebody playing bass with you too. Yep, nice.
Let's say it's a little tricky when you're bouncing like that, but if
Sure.
you're playing straight chords. Works nice. Hey, Uni. Yeah, he's saying the cage system takes advantage of those various claws. When I start doing my guitar lessons with Glenn and Jason, I'm gonna learn it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, is even just with caged, if you just look at those letters right there, it's those 5 chords. So it's a C chord, an A chord, a G chord. In this case, though, it's major. In this case, it's C major, A major, G major, E major, D major. But these are the claws for guitar that are the home positions. These would all be major. Not that you would use these together. These are just all the different claws or the different inversions. Hey, Ant, what's happening?
Yeah. They really don't sound.
He's up late tonight.
Oh, yo.
What's happening?
Good to see you, Antiphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's late in your neck of the woods, huh?
I mean, I know I have a weird sleeping schedule. A lot of times I'm up way late or way early, or depending on how you want to look at it. It's getting light out, or it is light out when I'm going to sleep sometimes. But I just basically, I listen to my body. When my body says it's time for sleep, then it's time for sleep. And if it says not just yet, then I'm not going to try. Because nothing worse than tossing and turning and not being able to sleep.
Yeah, last time I think I actually got some sleep, I was in my 20s.
Yeah. At the same time, I will go just lie down for a little while anytime, just because you can, right? It's nice.
Yeah, I sleep when I blink.
Yeah, just don't do that when you're driving. It's not a good plan.
I've done that.
Yeah. Not a good plan.
So the whole cage relation isn't really about chords that relate with each other. It's more about key.
It's about using the one shape. Like, for example, we were talking about that C major claw that we had here. And then let's say if we were looking at then the G flat major, where we're looking at all black notes being a different claw, similar, but this kind of concept. So like that would be kind of what we're talking about here, where that's a different one. And then if you looked at E flat major, where you're doing a black note and a white note and a black note, that one kind of feels like
E flat major.
So that felt like.
I thought this was. Oh, E flat major. Got you. So black, white.
And so like that's a different claw, and then a claw like A major with the black note in the middle. That's that's another claw. So in those variations, it would be similar to that, where there's only so many different combinations of which ones you're going to have. Like it's either 3 white notes, or it's 2 white notes and a black note at the end, or a black note and 2 white notes after it, or And if you look through all those different possible combinations for all the major chords and all the minor chords, then you see that they're all one of those combinations. So once you get those feelings under your hand, then you know that, for example, with that C major, you can also look at F major and G major, and you'll use those 3 chords together all the time, right? Because that's a 1, 4, 5, and they all happen to be the same shape too. So that's all 3 white notes and all the same distance. So that just makes it for a really nice way to work with that. And again, if you were to take that inversion of that C chord to use it where you put the C on top, and then do it that way, you go C, F, G, it feels even better because you're all in the same neighborhood. You're only moving a little. At the beginning, you're only moving that E and G up to the F and the A, leaving that C where it was. And then finish. You finish by moving those 2 up to the top to finish it up like that.
Oh, hey, Antiphone, I will get that finished up before the end of the weekend. I just finished up our Wuru project.
Mm-hmm.
Took a good chunk of August, but it's pretty much done. We might even give you guys a preview of that later.
Nice.
But I what you were just saying with the
yeah,
those work great together.
Yeah, and that's one of those I really like. And you can be moving up like that, or you can do it the other way, where you start with the high one, and then those other 2, and then end off with the low.
Love it.
All different ways of doing things. Yeah, that's exactly right, Uni. Guitar is easier, quote unquote, that way because the bar chords do make things. You just know that if you can get that claw in that position, whether you're at the 3rd fret, that's a G. If you're in the 5th fret, that's an A. If you're at the 12th fret, that's an E. But you just get that in your head that you know that shape, and then you can move it around to wherever you need to. It's getting that. Recording his vocals, nice.
Yeah, and I'm trying to translate this approach that with guitars, why guitars seem to be so much easier to play certain progressions, and especially modal shifts. It feels like it's so much more work on a keyboard. The muscle memory that you have to get used to is more complex on a keyboard. I see you guitarists just kind of sliding up and down the neck, and the claw changes a little bit, but it just seems so seamless.
Yeah. One of the advantages of keyboard the way I look at it is the fact that you can get these really full chords like you can on guitar as well. With guitar, you get those really full chords because again, you're playing a G at the bottom of the chord, and then 2 octaves higher, you're playing another G. You're also playing a G in the middle, but then you're playing, when you're doing that G chord, if you were on a piano, it's pretty easy to be able to get at least 2 full octaves worth of G's up in there, if not more. Like sometimes I can get even, some chords I can actually get all 10, but I wouldn't really do that in a playing situation unless I was just trying to kind of bounce up and down it. It's kind of roll the hands back and forth and like roll up and roll back down.
Well, and your hands can actually reach across the
even just doing the 2 octaves worth. Like trying to get things like that to sound smooth.
How many does it take to get it smooth?
I would say 7. That's right. Do the bottom 3, the next 3, and if you can get that octave at the top, because then you're finishing off with a resolution.
One day I will be smooth.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is you can also use it for going alternating. So you go, you basically try to skip a note. So instead of going straight up and down, go from that G to the D, G, D, B, G. So you're kind of bouncing like that. And if we were playing in G, let's say we were playing in G major, that would be, it's basically the G, A, B, the D above, and the E below, is the way I would think about that for the G major pentatonic. And that way you can free yourself to just move all over the keyboard just by using those notes with whatever grip you want. And that's where, again, that 3-finger motoring around can be useful for that too. Or even you kind of mix those things together. You can move big jumps. That's the other thing with the keyboard, is you can very easily get from way down there to way up here. On a guitar, you do have some degree of being able to get from here to there, but you have to be way up here high on the neck in order to get the super high notes, and you have to be way out down there to get the super low notes.
Yeah, so that's where I think the keyboard has a better advantage when it comes to going really low to really high.
And accompanying yourself.
That's
also
a lot of muscle memory for guitar, especially when they're trying to solo and slide up the neck and get up to the E string.
Yep. And there are a lot of people that I've seen who can very easily accompany themselves either on the keyboard or on the guitar, where on the guitar they're able to play the chords and then play little melody lines in between, and then another little chord stab, and then other melody line. You can do the same thing on the piano, but I think it's easier on the piano in the way that you can just separate the two hands and have this hand is doing chords and this hand is doing melody, or this hand is just pedaling a note and this hand is doing the fancy stuff. So it can make it easier. But once you start getting both hands really involved, like we watched a video the other night with somebody who was just going all over the place and getting really low with octaves and working them up, chromatically, like building something really from the bottom up, sounding really cool. It was a very cool style. It had like a jazzy influence to it and some funk influence to it and a little bit of, not sure how you would characterize the rhythm that thing had to it, but it was very cool.
Yeah, and the guy we were watching earlier, like right before the show, he had nice full arpeggios and playing.
Yeah. And just a kind of, I don't want to say noodling in a disrespectful or bad way. I mean, noodling in a good way, like able to just kind of mosey around into whatever chord felt like he wanted to get into. Like some of them, like at one point he was playing in A minor, we were seeing all the white notes, because again, he's playing a visualizer like this, so you can see what he's playing and kind of pay attention and say, oh, okay, I'm seeing all white notes going around, and it's focusing heavily on, landing on that A and using A in arpeggios and in chords. And then later on, all of a sudden, an A flat showed up somewhere, and it was like, ooh, that like sounded very different, but he was building it in because whatever key he was working into had 3 flats in it. So
yeah, he was really good at kind of, with that noodling, he was shifting keys slowly and just finding the right moment where alternating the chord changed the key.
Yep. And that's the thing, is being comfortable to just kind of sit around in a key. That's one thing that I like about having a good rhythm with the keyboard, because to me, since coming back to keyboard a little bit, I still don't feel like I can just freely explore. Like one-handed melody lines, definitely, finding chords for sure, but trying to play a coherent, bass line with something else happening, bass line, a chord stab, and then a melody line. Like I've seen people who can do that very easily, and just like the A minor and the C, working them together.
A minor, I'll noodle on that all night.
Exactly. And if we were to think about trying to wander from that at all, there's a couple different ways we could do it. The interesting thing about choosing which one is we could choose something like, if we were to choose to add notes from G major, it's all the same notes except that F sharp. So all of a sudden you'd be playing in A minor or C, and you're adding in an F sharp somewhere. It might sound wrong at first, but it wouldn't sound terrible. It would just be something that doesn't sound like it fits, but adds a whole different dimension.
The key change I tend to do when I'm playing off of A is this one, the E minor. I like resolving on the E minor if you do it right. Plus this B. Harder for me to play those last two chords with that kind of approach. Usually I play it this way, I play them full. Much easier to hit those last two chords.
I love the way they sound so full and lush on there, yeah.
Finishing with that E like that, I mean, it always makes me want to go back to the A, but you don't have to, because you... And then there's a couple of different ways I can go.
I like that build up, yeah.
That's been a 25-year progression for me. I started playing that, actually more than 25 years. I started playing that back in like 91 with the band that I was in, and it's evolved like 10 different directions.
Sweet. Move this out of the way over here.
It sounds killer when you add some guitar to it. My guitarist used to do... he used to like riff the hell out of that.
Get the arpeggiating happening, sure.
Yeah.
And again, one way that couple different ways I would approach that. Like a lot of people, they look at it if it's just a straight major chord or minor chord, they're always thinking thumb, middle, pinky, just because that seems like it would make sense. Like if it was C major, you'd be thinking about doing thumb, middle, pinky, but a lot of times I'll do it thumb, index, middle. And sometimes it makes it easier for me.
Middle finger, really?
I mean, again, I have,
well, yeah,
I've got claws, so like,
human hands.
that just makes it easier for me to do that reach, because then the 1, 3, 5 or the C, E, G, C, that C on top is comfortable enough from that, because then those three are right, properly spaced for that. But some people, if they're doing, thumb, middle, pinky, then if they want to get that high one, they have to get off one of those notes. It's just one of those things about with me being able to, stretch like that is helpful. Same thing, I can play that easily. Like that's just one, with one hand. Oh, that's the other camera.
That's not easy for me. That is literally as far as my thumb and my pinky go. It's one whole octave. I can't get to if I go to the 11th, I end up accidentally hitting one of the other notes.
Because that's the thing for me, an octave right here, I can do an octave with any of the other fingers. Like thumb and first finger, I can do an octave right there.
Is there an exercise that I could do that would extend my stretch in that case?
Some of it is just trying to play things that are taxing or feel like you're stretching and working on your hand. But for me, again, a lot of it just comes down to hand size or smaller keys. There are some pianos that have the smaller keys, and then your hands would just be able to stretch farther just because of the way that they actually are there.
Yeah, in order for me to get that, if I want to go from C to the high D, I have to kind of twist my hand, and I'm just hitting the bottom of the D just to get it. Like
That's kind of the way I hit for the F, is kind of that way for me. And the G, I can, if I hold the G with a different finger, I can hold it down, but I can, you know, I can't play that really. C to G. I can play the C to F though. But that's not as useful because again, the C to E is a really comfortable or a nice sounding, comfortable sounding sound because it is the third of the chords, just like playing the root and the third down here, but you're just putting the third way up top.
Oh, that's interesting. Is it normally one finger per white key? What do you mean? Like,
it's hard to say normally. It really comes down to the individual because somebody with a smaller hand would want to do things and get good at either being able to jump from one key to another. Some people, they would utilize the pedal for that, the sustain pedal. They'd be able to hit the lower part of a chord and then sustain that note and jump to the higher part to get it where it needs to, and they build that into what they're doing. But it depends. If I was playing something in, for example, we were talking about that A minor pentatonic before, is a good example. For me, that's, you know, if I start on that thumb, I'm just doing one finger on the A, the C, the D, the E, and the G. So while you don't see my hand right now, but it's, let me do it this way. Switching back and forth.
I see your keys.
Yeah, exactly. But seeing how if it's just the one, trying to get up to there instead of doing those three. Oh, but sorry, for the pentatonic, it was doing these all in one. So you can hold them all down at one time if you wanted to. But for me, that's just a nice, comfortable thing because those three in the middle, that C, D, E, is the middle part of the hand, and then the pinky up top and the thumb underneath. And you're always landing down on that A.
It's interesting how these three keys, when you're playing them in a chord like that, this does not sound like a bad chord.
Yeah.
I mean,
because technically
does sound busy. It sounds busy, but at the same time, it doesn't sound unpleasant.
One thing you can do to make that magical a little bit is to go put the C and the E at the bottom and the D up top. Because it's the same three notes, but now you're spreading it out. And it actually turns into a C9 essentially, because that D is the 9 for C. Is one way of looking at it, because technically you could arrange it different ways and think about it different ways as well.
Oh my God, I'm gonna break my hand.
Don't do anything uncomfortable, or if it starts to hurt, you definitely stop because you don't want to injure yourself or cause harm. But the idea is to
pinky in.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if I play each note individually, this feels good. But if I try to play all of them together, it's
and that's the thing is there's not many situations where you would play them all together, but it's more getting comfortable enough where you could like roll, like that same roll exercise we did a minute ago. And trying to get them all to sound roughly equal in volume, or you know, being able to play them louder or softer, crescendo or down, if you wanted to, things like that, just to help with the playing with the weight of your hands. And it depends if you have a weighted keyboard or not a weighted keyboard. You're playing on a weighted keyboard, I believe, and the one I'm using right now is just the it's just the Casio.
This would definitely feel a lot easier on me if I was playing with the other Phantom. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, here it actually takes some effort to get the key down.
Yep, to actually push them in. Yeah.
I think this would be a good exercise for me to get comfortable with that stretch.
And again, not to the point where you hurt yourself, but it definitely, the way to make it, you know, to be able to stretch further is to try stretching further, or stretch as far as you can and build that up. You know, feel stronger doing that, being able to do more of that, then you can eventually build to stretching further. But there are still limits. I mean, there are, you know, limits to hand size where certain people can't reach even an octave, and they have, you know, small enough hands, and they would either get a custom keyboard or piano, which we've talked about. There's a few places where you could, but very few. Apparently there's one guy in Pennsylvania who makes custom pianos with smaller keyboards specifically for people with smaller hands.
Yeah, actually,
because you can't really overcome, like I can actually, for a C chord, I could just do if I just do the I hit all of the notes from like a C, E, G, C, and E, all with one hand. So that's being able to hit like the root 3, 5, octave, and 10. And I can do that with the other hand as well.
One hand, you mute.
Yeah. And I can do it with either hand. So the other hand I can. That's basically all of them across 3 octaves, including the lowest one and the highest one. But I smushed that D though. I smushed the D again. There you go. So that's holding down 10 notes across 3 octaves. But that's just barely also. So again, I kept smushing that D at the bottom there. And I wouldn't try to play that for anything long or anything, but again, that's just one of those things that makes it easier to do smaller reaches, or the reason that I'll use 3 fingers a lot for things that I'm doing. Like if we're doing that 3-finger motor thing we were doing the other day, talking about what we're doing. Just basically motoring around using the thumb, the index, and the 3rd finger. So if we were doing it in A minor pentatonic, you just do the crossovers in different places. It depends where you're trying to end up to. A lot of times if I'm going to end off on the C, I'll want to come down and land on that with the thumb, so I'm getting the extra weight in the hand, or the extra weight on the key, if that's where I'm going. But it depends if I'm going anywhere specific or if I'm just kind of roaming around. Yeah, but I also have not yet gotten back used to using, doing a chord with this hand, and then a thought with this hand, and then a different chord, and something else, and another one. That's one of those that getting comfortable with that again, and just going back and forth, and like the kind of bounces that you're doing, the kind of whether the timing is like a bounce, 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 or how you have that whole feel going is one of the important things to me about making that feel more comfortable.
Wait, what was it?
There you go. Nice. Oh, a piano that could be played in any key by adjusting a lever. Nice.
Hey, Luke. Hey, Lord Ace.
What's happening?
I have done She Believes in Me. It's in my library, Luke.
Excellent.
I've actually done a couple of good Kenny tunes.
Nice. I definitely have. Country was underrepresented in my listening throughout my life, but I have people around me who talk about a bunch of different country start, like going back a ways, and some of the stuff really does feel pretty solid, feels good. One of those things. Just got to get used to that bounce. You summoned him.
I have the power.
A lot of that bounce is just a 1 and the 5 though. So like if you're just playing in C, you're just bouncing from the C to that G, and then you're walking back up the white notes.
Oh, really, Uni?
And that's.
Did you read what he just wrote? He had a piano that he could adjust by lever, so the piano had like a module like this.
What I was thinking is it's kind of like like using the transpose button on the keyboard, more like hitting the transpose, so you can transpose from C up to G flat, so that you're playing all the white notes instead of having to adjust. Hey, Noiser, what's happening?
Hey, we summoned Mike too.
Excellent.
I really have the power.
The power of summoning. Full house. Always good.
No audio yet.
Walking up the white note chords. All white notes. And that's one of those reasons that I do know people who would use the transpose button on the keyboard and just play those chords that you just played, keep everything as all white notes essentially, and play certain patterns that they know. And if if somebody's playing something in E, they would just transpose up, those 5 steps and be where they needed to be. 4 steps.
My transpose, I think, goes up by octave. Let me see.
That would be weird.
It'll go up.
There you go. Half steps is what it should be.
And it only goes up 6.
That gets you up to that G flat. Because you can go up 6 and you can go down 6, so that covers everything anyway. That gets you from G flat all the way down to G. So in that case, you could be, that way you can change from the C to anything else just by going a certain way.
Yeah, it is going up half steps, right?
Yep, exactly. And that way you can transpose to any key that you need to make it easier to play.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm cheating when I do.
I agree. I feel like it's cheating too, but at the same time, if you were, say, sitting in with a band and they wanted to play a song that was in G flat and you were not at all comfortable with that, or whatever key they chose, you're not at all comfortable, you could make a shift and make it work.
It is justifiable. I mean, especially if you got like brass members in the band and you want to play keys with them and you don't know how to play it in B flat.
The old B flat.
Oh, is Fawn Ian? Ian, is that you?
There he is.
It is. I don't know. I'm working out.
Good to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm trying to get my earbuds to work instead of my speakers on this Mac. Oh my God.
Oh, good luck.
I'm hopeless, Tony. I need an engineer. Hurry.
Are they those Apple earbuds? They have a
They are.
mind of their own.
Oh, the problem is if you have more than one Apple device, it just hops from one device, or mine does anyway, to the phone, to the laptop, mine does anyway, to the phone, to the laptop, mine does anyway, to the phone, to the laptop.
You're so loud. 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 You're so loud.
Mute.
We got a whole little loop.
Mute.
Okay, cut them off.
The reason why that's happening, Lou, is you are watching the stream and your audio is coming back in. You're getting a loop there, so you got to mute the BandLab stream because literally we were hearing ourselves there. So you can watch the stream, but you got to hit the speaker and mute it.
I thought that was my hallucination.
No.
That was a shared hallucination. We all had some of that.
Sounded good, man.
Indeed. It's all good though. We'll get it worked out. It's just part of it is if you have anything, Lou, in your room, if the noise is coming out, that's a problem. If you're watching the show, that's going to come back in as well. So there's a couple different ways that loop happens. And it's also if the volume was too high, it sounded like it was actually re-amplifying everything very loud. So you probably have the mic settings pretty hot as well. So that is a good place to start if you have that down a good bit.
Sure.
And then try it out. Because then if you hear
there you go. You got it working now.
Yeah. And then I always goof on Ian by going, Ian.
You're just mean.
Right. You're goofing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's here.
It's happening again.
Wait, is there an ek in here? Somewhere. Yeah.
All right, you're cut off. Cut his mic off.
Yeah, both the noisers in here. Did you guys bring us some music?
Some silly noise, man. Total silly noise.
Never ask that question.
I have caught some of the tunes over the last couple of months.
It's becoming Muzak with a K, actually. It's morphine.
That's okay. Nice and mellow.
We're trying to reach a global, a universal audience, if you will. We want to somehow include the aliens.
Yeah. Well, I did that with Martian Fisher. He's an alien, by the way.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yes.
I love that Martian Fisher piece. Oh,
thank you, Tony.
Such a talent.
Well, that was a wild piece to put together, and it was one of the strangest things in that I start with this crazy 5/4 fusion thing, and it's like it sounds
Tony,
like
Tony, you got him started, man. I'll be back in about 10. I got it. All right.
10 hours. And so it sounds like Billy Cobham's Spectrum, basically, right? Off the hook. And he's like, he's unflappable, right? And he's like, yeah, okay, that's cool. Let me play with that. And it comes back as like this super chill vibe thing. And all the parts are gone.
It's like a totally new song now, or a totally different song in any case.
And that's what happened. He basically, he never says, I don't like that, or that's not my groove. He just says, let's try this. And he mudges me over this way, then that way. And he says, give me another part, give me another part. And so, I'm coming up with the most outlandish things I can play. It's in 5/4. It's still, and it's just.
Oh, it's in 5/4.
And,
Wait. There was a time signature.
Because 4/4 just wasn't enough. You had to have 5 of them.
Sometimes it's hard to tell, especially with like 5/4.
this
Well,
one,
it had a very random feel though to it. Like all in all, but it had rhythm. But I don't think we could count. In all that was going on, and
who's
it's
counting?
hard. Yeah, exactly. Where's one? Exactly.
Well, and that's Tony, that's a joke actually. Here is I live, how people yearn for the audience, or that, even silence, whatever, from the audience. I live for that moment when I play something for Mike and he says, "Where's Juan?"
It floated that far.
Because he's our drummer, so if he's lost, I'm doing something right.
He triggers me right back to like high school with that, man. It's so good, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
But then again, all my nightmares and my dreams are always about like fucking up in a jazz band or something. So thanks a lot. I gotta go get some shrinkage now, Ian.
I don't think you can really fuck up in jazz.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
beauty
Only
of
if other
jazz.
people notice. That's all.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm taking it outside,
So
Yeah.
you got 3 people on this collab, huh?
Yeah, Abdullah there is the real deal. He is a music professor in Turkey, and he plays many instruments. If you haven't checked out his
Oh.
page, oh yeah,
And
he
you
is
had me at many instruments.
Definitely.
an
I
exotic.
had me a turkey, man.
It's not Thanksgiving. Sit down. No, so I bounced this off. Well, of course, I'm working with Martian, and we're going back and forth, and it's just getting wilder and wilder. And
I
so
know I'm following Martian.
oh, he's the best, man. And
Just a mic check. Am I here?
Yep.
Yo. Yep.
wow, that's the voice. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so it's going back and forth. I said, well, we need a Turkish it's like an oud or whatever they call it. It's sort of a guitar, but it's not, and it's like a fretless guitar. It's the wildest thing, and I've worked with him before on Abdullah, and Martian is like, sure, the more the better. So the way the song evolves is I just keep throwing parts at him. And we've only got 16 tracks, so we have to keep bouncing down in the BandLab music editor. And he has the most amazing mind. He took probably 50 of my tracks plus Abdullah's, and he reassembled them all together like a giant jigsaw puzzle. And the result is what you hear.
I'd love to talk to him about that process.
Yeah,
He's
for sure.
amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach
Yeah,
out to him.
I can disassemble your tracks, but I've never been able to reassemble them.
You're a dissembler. by nature.
That does sound fascinating because that is a very complex landscape that you guys built.
It's
So
ridiculous.
yeah.
Let's take a listen.
All right.
I gotta say, where's one, man? Where's one?
It's art, man. Shut up.
This dude said it's art. Shut up. I like that.
I like your reverb.
Definitely sounds like you still have the effects on there, Lou. A lot of echo on that.
All right, it's going, right?
Yeah.
It's one.
Hey, that's 4/4.
Wow, what a way to pull it back there.
Awesome. Very cool.
That is such an amazing arrangement you guys put together there.
It had a very Grateful Dead feel at one point, for sure. Like the way the bass line was wandering, and just as one of the, I think it was the guitar as it kicked in, one spot there definitely felt a lot like that. But very cool overall.
Proud to be the 420th.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
approved.
Yeah. You feel there's like a subliminal message, like hidden in that we're all being brainwashed, like a Manchurian candidate kind of thing. Something else going on in there, man.
Seems to happen a lot to me.
It's just one of those things.
So that drum at the beginning, that's what you were talking about, that Turkish drum?
The oud, the OUD. I think that's the guitar sort of instrument, right?
Oh.
Huh, I wonder if Ian is muted or something.
I was wondering about that drum that was coming in. I love the sound of it.
Yeah, and there was some great parts in the middle where it really wasn't a 5/4, but it was alternating between 6/4 and 4/4.
Yeah.
And then later
That's
they
how you
went
get
into
that
like
feel.
there was definitely a 5/4 thing, or it was over a longer phrase, even over a 10-beat phrase.
Well, I
But,
noticed the tempo shift when you started introducing the bass. Like I love how the bass kind of crept its way in there, like, and then once it started becoming part of it, I started to realize, oh, the tempo.
Right. It's Martian. He's a fabulous fretless bass player in his own right. I play, I think, most of the parts on that thing, but every time he kept asking me, give me something that's more sliding down, sliding up. It was like working with a mad producer. And I was like, okay, whatever you want. And then he just assembled it all. And it gives it this free floating kind of feel. And he wanted to, like I said, I gave him this straight ahead 5/4 fusion thing, and he just broke it into pieces, and it sounds like it's floating on a cloud. I don't know. The guy's a genius.
Yeah, he did get the floaty feel, and he also got like a cavernous kind of feel there, and going in the middle and into the end. It was like, I don't know what effect he was using, but it felt like, like a cave, and the sound just resonated.
He does that on other tracks too. I work with him on a couple other things, and somehow he never tells me what equipment he's using. And we were stuck, it seemed like, with those 16 tracks. And then he lives like in Chile or someplace. And I think he's got like a young child. He does like all kinds of crazy work just to survive. And he had to go back to get his laptop from his mother's house in another city. And I'm like, what are you mixing on? Or, and he never gives me an answer. It's like, but whatever you're doing, man.
Yeah, he's like, got to, if he's pulling together 50 tracks plus, he's got to be getting out of the BandLab editor to do that.
Sounds like an Mpc Pro, because I have one. You guys ever heard of it?
Oh, the Akai?
Akai Mpc Pro.
Yep.
Has tap right functions, and it winds up and it puts them in format, and it's fucking insane for $700. It's probably one of the baddest things on the market right now. You're your own production company.
It's a very popular Akai device.
The Mpc Pro is a tiny one. The Mpc Live is actually a little bit bigger, but it doesn't have a backup battery. So the Pro is actually better with a backup battery.
That one's like $1,000.
Correct.
Like $1,100.
And there's the Mpc Pro Live, which is actually a board production company. You can make any song you hear on the radio if you're good at what you're doing, how to program this device. But as I used mine, I needed Mr. Dumont with me tone it, because I have no idea what wavelengths and shrinks and all that bullshit has to do with it. As an artist, I like to do my own music with my DR5. It's just easier.
How does this program work?
He might be using Cakewalk software too, right? If he has BandLab, he might, and he's got a PC, he might have.
Yeah. And now that thing you were just talking about, I mean, what is that thing? Are you talking about a production aid or an actual
The Mpc Live Pro is a product for about $800. You could charge it up. It has a 2-hour battery. I had one. I had to return it. It was too complicated for me personally. But I can grab Lubisoft things and download loops and mix them myself. This product, if you have a couple months to hang out with this product, you will be the next Britney Spears producer. I mean, it is insane. If you Tony, you want to pull it up on you, there you go. But there's an MPC. Tony, this isn't the one I'm talking about. Go to the Mpc Pro. This is the lot.
You want to be Britney Spears producer? You should check this out here.
Go to Mpc Pro instead. It's half the size, and the screen is actually bigger, and it's half the price. There's less functions. Mpc Pro Akai.
Still 16 button though, right? The big square buttons.
Yeah, what is that? Sort of like Machine, that thing with Native Instruments, or
it's major production equipment. Major production equipment. I prefer the Akai Mpc Pro. It's half the size and half the price.
wow.
And it's standalone,
Tony's
right?
looking at is right at the top.
Standalone, yes, sir. You could bring that thing in your lap and go on an airplane,
Right,
do songs, jump off. It actually has a vocal input also.
Hit that third image down there. That's the back for the ins and outs.
The only problem with the Pro in the Live is it only has 2 minutes of sampling. So if you're doing a track with vocals, after 2 minutes, you have to jump to a second track.
Huh. And that's per pad, if you will, or per button. I get 2 minutes per pad.
This machine right now that's up on our screen is not the best deal in the world. Mpc Pro, type that in, Tony.
I'm going to see if they have recommended other. They usually
Mpc
do.
Pro, not Live Pro. There you go. Nope.
No,
Mpc
that's the
Pro.
That's the
That's all
Live
the other.
too.
That does show you the ones.
You got a deal, sir. You got a deal. That's all I got to say.
No. Try to, excuse me, Mpc One. I'm sorry about that. Mpc One. ONE. Mpc One. I'm sorry about that.
There it is. When did they come out with this one?
2 years ago. I love it. That's the baddest thing in the world right there. See how big the screen is? They chopped it in half. They took the battery, self-contained battery out of it, so you definitely have to plug it in. And you save $500 by plugging it in at your home unit. And this machine is insane.
Well, and it is standalone.
Standalone.
Inside there,
Correct.
the third or fourth image on the left.
And it comes with a boatload of software that you don't need. You can sit and tap write in this thing. I'm a tap writer. Tony, you know that.
Well, it's got all the important plugs.
It's got the MIDI.
Plug it in, and put your iPhone into it, go to the output, and press record on your iPhone. You're a production artist.
You go right from your board. You just take a left, right, quarter inch.
The difference between the IPC Pro and the IPC Live.
I'm a little hesitant with those little 1/8 inch jacks there, but
For the gate.
it does have at least 2 1/4 inch.
Correct. For the money, this is the deal. This is the way to go.
And I will. You would just go from your board or whatever. You're mixing things, physically.
Correct.
And then you
Correct.
take the double 1/4 inch to go right into this, and then do your thing.
Yeah, I will say the Akai Pads are world renowned when it comes to the finger bangers.
Feel, yeah.
The Akai Pads are some of the best out there.
There's 30 levels of intensity with the pads from 0 to 29.
Yeah, they're
Which
very
is insane.
responsive.
I mean, if you want to get technical, there's color changers and all the flashy bullshit. This actually comes in gold also, which is a
Then it does have an SD card, so you can
correct.
take
It
it
comes
on
in
the road.
gold also, which makes it a limited production, musical production vehicle, I will call it. But
Well,
you could put
I'll say that big ass screen.
it's
that
touchscreen
helps-
also, and it is
Oh,
touchscreen.
Really?
Yes,
That
it is
helps
touchscreen.
justify the cost.
Full
of it.
touchscreen.
Well, it's all new to me. My background is because I'm instrumentalist mainly, and I come from the analog world, mostly like electric bass.
Awesome.
When
Understandable.
Tony first met me, I was a garage band guy, but he convinced me to switch over to Logic, which is what I've been using for probably since I last spoke with you,
Yeah,
Tony.
Logic's a good choice on your platform.
I think you all the time when I pull that thing up, and I can mostly
And
use
it's
it.
cheaper than Pro Tools, and it does
$200.
Yeah, it does all the same heavy lifting for like $800 less.
Yeah, I have to go up to YouTube all the time to find out, you know, what there's some really highly technical stuff in there. I think I'm only scratching the surface with its use and capabilities. But again, I'm trying to get ideas down quickly. That's what I liked about GarageBand. But now I can manipulate them a little bit better, and the mixing and some of the capabilities.
Down, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very similar, really, to GarageBand because I'm just like an artist. I'm just trying to put stuff down quickly. I really still wish, you know, Tony, I'm ready to move to the Canadian border so that you can do the mixing.
Well, I'm still in America. I'm just right on the border.
You know, there is one thing missing with all this software, and that is when we do like code projects, we have 10 guys working on one code project. We can all work on the same code base, and we can lock things out and then unlock them so we don't overwrite each other.
Yeah.
And the
Revision
collaborative,
management.
the collaborative space is just not there yet. I mean, Enoch should be working on both working on the same logic track in the cloud, not take the file that you work on it and then take it and I'll work, you know. So that's no way to collaborate.
Yeah, they do have the live collaboration feature, which I honestly haven't used much, but it is there, and it was something to try out.
You guys want to see the example of the MPC Live? I have it.
Yeah, I know BandLab also has a lot of collab feature too. I mean, in their DAW, which is, you know.
Now, one, am I looping?
Good.
Oh, it's because I plugged in the other headset. One thing I would like to see BandLab incorporate is the ability to lock a track. When you don't want your collaborators to mess with a track, I wish they would incorporate a lock feature.
Here's all you have to do. Here's how I lock Mike out all the time. You put automation on the track, and your poor collaborator can't seem to adjust it.
It's true. It fucks everything up brilliantly.
That's what I'm all about.
Pull back the BandLab file to like 50.
No, just wanted to show you guys a little piece of that.
And you're tap drumming, right? You said like you play the drums on the pads and in MIDI. Is that how you do it?
It regurgitates it and puts it out in 5 seconds and reproduces it and puts it in format. It's an easy go for anything you want to do for production.
It sounds like you have a bunch of the reverb on again.
It has guitar tracks in it. It has all kinds of crazy.
Do me a favor, bring back your level like 20, 30%.
What happened?
Bring down your levels. Your voice is coming in a little hot. The music was coming in a little hot. You got to bring the master volume down like 20%.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, it's clipping a little.
How's that better?
There you go. Perfect.
Sorry about that.
Sounds good.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Constantly calibrating on Zoom.
Yeah, he's going to be calibrating me to the day we die, so it doesn't matter. So
that sounded really good, man. So you can do that live, right? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was saying that it sounded really good. Now, do you do live performances with this kind of thing? You're triggering this in lifetime?
No, but it allows you to do live performance. So you can put it in different formats in your laptop. You could download them. I mean, basically, I use it for example.
Well, playing drum pads live takes some practice. The only guy I've seen actually play like a real drummer on pads so far on BandLab is Little Raj. I watched him play a whole song on the pads.
I've seen a few good examples, a few people who play really well. Some just random videos on YouTube, but you see it, it's like, whoa.
I picked up a pair of drumsticks called Aero Sticks.
Oh, nice. I've been meaning to try those. We talked about testing those out.
Hell yeah, you got to show us that sometime.
Yeah, I will when I feel like getting the camera lit up right and everything set perfectly. It worked a couple of times. I want to, I got to work with it. And you can kind of hit. The only problem I have, I contacted the company, and I used to have this, like, my son used to have this, like, Sega bass fishing thing where, when you catch, you remember that interface when you catch the bass, it would vibrate, and you kind of felt like you actually caught something. Yep. They don't have any AI built into it, so that there's a point where you feel a little bit of resistance where the pretend head is. Mm-hmm. So you're in the air. It's okay, but it would be nice to add some feedback in the sticks.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought would kind of throw me off. Is
they might need to be a little fatter.
It's one thing to play in the air, but you want some tactical feedback.
And they're probably going to get there. I'm just saying that's like a wish list, I guess, if you will. An AI wish list.
Because they definitely could do that.
If they design the sticks right, you could put the feedback into the bottom of the stick so that it kicks back as you're snapping. And then it would kind of feel like tactical.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be real resistance. It has to be like some sort of illusionary buzz or something that makes you feel like you hit something, or like the fake bass fishing thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was a fun game. There was a good one on, was it Dreamcast even?
I think it was Dreamcast. Yeah, they went out of business, right, or whatever. But I think that was
two or three good games, and that was one of them. Which if you had told me 6 months before I tried that game, like, yeah, you're gonna love this bass fishing game, I would have been like, yeah, okay. But
it was all about that.
Fun.
Yeah, it was all about the interface, the little rod and reel thing that you used. It was really pretty cool. Anyway, they'll get there. The 6 things are cool. I want to be able to do all my entire life just sitting in one chair, not ever moving ever again, and just having it all around me. Like, I have the iPhone and the sticks, and I'll get there.
There is one that we should look at one day,
myself with toys for years.
Yeah. I don't remember if we actually showed the video at any point, but there was one where the idea was you are actually hitting something with the sticks, because it's actually take like a plastic table that's just like a piece of cheap patio furniture, plastic table, and you have sensors underneath it that will pick up in certain, like, the sensors in one area or 2 spots, like one at each end or something.
That's cool.
It can recognize the difference between you hitting here versus here versus here, and you could literally they took like a tape and like put a little X marks the spot, like, okay, here's the hi-hat, here's the kick, here's the snare, like, and just put spots and programmed each spot to be something, and they just played it like a regular kit just by having those 2 sensors on it going in. I was like, that's a pretty cool idea, because then you are literally banging off of something, which to me would be a bad thing just because that's the noise. Like, I would want to keep it noise free. Like, where I'm sitting, my keyboard right here is actually sitting on my electric drum kit, and I almost never play it just because the sound of the sticks hitting the actual drum kit, even though it's not real drums, the actual clack, clack, clack of hitting is still pretty loud.
But yeah, interesting. It makes me think that we're in a big cycle or circle, right? And the next generation will be doing all these really cool things with hardly anything, and then they'll be like, what if we actually build a drum? What would that be like? Like
everything comes full circle. So yeah,
well, you can really feel it. Listen to feel that.
Exactly.
Like my joke at work, it's sort of like, imagine if somebody invented, this stick that you held in your hand and you could write with it, like a pencil. People are like, what?
Putting words on paper, and they're like, "Why would you do that?"
Wow. And you could erase it?
Wait,
Come
you
on.
treat your work colleagues like that now? Wow.
Yeah, I do actually.
Good.
I think the popular music controller we're seeing more of these days is those, those grid pad controllers. 16 to 32 blocks color coded. That's becoming the if you've ever seen
You're absolutely
those-
right. Yeah, my
that's
Arturia has
next
that built into
generation
it. Yeah,
musician.
yeah, for sure.
And they're thinking more in sample and loop mentality. And the pads are pressure sensitive. It's just a question of whether the pad is a trigger and it plays a sample, or whether it's an on-off and it plays a loop.
This one's got some pretty good pads on it too.
Yeah,
It's only 8 pads, but
for the price on those, I mean, that's a cheap way to get like good finger pads.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can't.
The ones
Yeah.
that are becoming the modern instruments, they light up, so people are like visually composing with the pads and assigning samples, and it's like the DJ approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where those are great for that. You'd be able to put all that in there. Yeah, it does sound like you got quiet, Tony. I don't know if your mic is further away from you. Or...
I can bring it a little closer.
There you go. It wasn't bad. You only mentioned it. It's his fault.
Well, would you like to hear what Mike has been up to
Absolutely.
on the Noiser side?
Yeah.
No good. It's got to be no good, man.
Send me the link over in the Zoom chat. I'll load it up.
If you know how you were just at my page there, Tony, when you fired up that that exotic song.
Yeah.
If you go down just below that, I think you'll see I've got a link there that goes over to Mike's page. We released that tune over from his page. I think should be easy.
And you have a controlling stake in everything I do, don't you? I like that.
51%. But we're equal partners.
Yeah, nothing from nothing does leave nothing. That's true.
0 is my favorite number. It's called Silly Noise.
This
There it
is
is.
fitting for you guys.
This is what started it all. Mike, do you want to give the introduction or just let it roll?
Yeah, well, the idea was to write a song that was completely opposite of what a song was. So don't play on one, because I can't find one anyway.
I like it.
Have it be like a bossa nova, but have the bossa nova be in the kick drum. Do a jazz scat on top of it, and there's no hook. And it's like everything I could do that was the opposite of what music was. When I put this together many years ago.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm all for breaking the rules. Once you learn the rules, that's the fun part.
Learn the rules and then forget the rules.
Mhm.
Yeah, try to do something new in Boston.
Wait, there are rules?
Deep
Play it. Save me, play it.
It's just a bunch of silly noise. And it's just a bunch of silly noise. Does it make you feel uncomfortable? Did I lose my voice? Could you hear me in another day saying, hey, it's not like it was yesterday? Anyway, what can I say that hasn't been said before? I'm here, so for once in my life I try going for gold as 4. And it's just in my head was together enough to make a difference. Do you wonder if I could could hear you in a different light. Maybe you think I don't have the right light. See, we could have been, should have been anyway. What can I say that hasn't been said before? You know I'm here, so for once in our lives, try going for what gold is for. It's just a bunch of silly noise. It's just a bunch of silly noise. And it's just as if my whole life had been a mistake. Could be, baby, you don't need me. Anyway, what can I see that hasn't been said to me? Anyway, what can I say that hasn't been said before? You know we're here, so for once in our lives, try going for what gold is for. It's just a bunch of silly noise. 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 It's just a bunch of silly noise.
Is that a trumpet that was dancing around in there?
Yeah, Ian brought in some horns.
I like it.
Yeah, it did have like a an extra reverby kind of sound, like I'm on a subway listening to the hook.
Yeah, we had a little whoosh, Lou. That's why.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
That's why you're muted. And if you have sound coming out in your room, you know I'm going to kick your ass for that. Okay.
Well, I was muted the
When
whole
we get,
time.
but no, Lou. When we get the whoosh, it's coming from your side. So if there's sound coming out in the room,
No, I get
whatever
what he's saying.
causes the whoosh.
See, Lou's thinking that if we can't hear him talking on the mic, that it's okay, but you have to be muted in Zoom because it was literally coming through because you're not muted in Zoom. It's fine. Just make sure that you see that little red thing before you step away. That's all.
I thought it was just adding some silly noise. So thanks.
I know, it was actually fitting.
Yeah. So Mike is playing bass on that and drums and singing, of course.
Yeah, Ian brought in a whole different hook, a whole kind of a jazzy, kind of like Berkeley jazz, stoner feel to it.
Here.
Yeah, that was like stoner jazz. I liked it.
Muted. Who on you?
Oh, I muted you because we're getting the whoosh.
I'm not. I'm off. I'm just listening. I'm a bystander.
Well, see, I just heard the whoosh just now. So there's a whoosh coming from your mixer.
Probably my good looks. I don't know. I'm sorry.
He has it's Sith Lord. Sith Lord, how does that go?
My Seth Fair is coming through the audio.
Just important. Make sure you hit the mute before you walk away.
I'm muted. I'm ready. Watch us. Watch us.
There it is. Yes, just like that. Perfect.
When we play
As long as we see
songs,
that- as long as we
that's
see
what
that
I
red
want
thing.
you to do. When the music's playing, do
Dude,
that.
Dude,
It
I was
helps
just
avoid
there.
it.
Dudes, I see the little X above my mic. Dude, I'm not that bad. Look at Dudes,
It's all good.
ready?
There you go.
He is all
Perfect.
powerful.
I can
Yeah.
read it. I can read lips when it's Italian swearing.
See, that's,
Yeah.
that's not reading lips. That's reading hands. You can
This
read
is great.
hands.
This is a lot like when Mike and I used to be in the studio years ago. It was a lot like this.
I would
More
have loved to see
arguing
you.
than playing.
I would have loved to see you guys in action in the studio.
Wasn't pretty.
Mhm.
We actually used to do studio work in Boston for a couple of guys, and that was really fun. A country guy would walk in, and you'd have like about 10 or 15 minutes to put the groove together and the thing. Elton John would be next, and you just keep banging the stuff out.
Dude, we played with an Italian wedding band. Remember that?
Whoa.
And the moon hits the sky just like a pizza pie at the morning.
Wow. Sounding good, man.
There's the whoosh though.
There's the whoosh.
Your
Still
Zoom.
Lights.
Yeah,
Part of it is the effects. Part of it is the effects on the vocal. Just always keep the vocals.
yeah.
completely,
Don't even
effects
put
off.
effects on your vocals while you're in conference mode. If you're not singing, don't
Pretty
turn
sure
on the
that's
effects.
airplane mode.
Because I think it's
Unless
that.
unless you want to do the chicken dance, in which case,
In which case,
go
it's okay.
for it. Yeah.
But I
That's-
think it's the effect.
Guys, let me tell you, 2 boy bands. I was this close to being in sync. So let me tell you something about singing and dancing. I would love to dance for you guys. Anytime you want to see it, I would love to dance for you guys.
Tight
I
pants,
believe you.
please.
I'm
Gotta
ready.
be silver, tight,
I'm ready.
leather. Let's go.
Serious?
We'll write a
Yeah.
tune for that.
Flash the lights. Come on.
It's a variety show now.
Anything you'd say and do can and will be held against you, by the way.
You
But
take
you
credit
know,
cards.
go for it, man.
I mean, we have to do it online, so credit
Yeah.
cards.
Sure.
So how
Take
did
it
you
off.
guys get hooked up with a studio in Boston? Because there's some great studios in Boston. If I was gonna go anywheres in New England, that's where I would go for a studio.
On Newbury Street. Do you know that one? It's up by Mass Ave.
I lived on
And-
listen, I lived on 260 Commonwealth Avenue. Behind me was Daisy Buchanan's on 400 Newbury Street, where I was a bouncer in college. Yes, I do know where it is. Across.
Yeah,
yes,
We were in
I'm writing
Alston,
that down.
on Gardner Street in Alston.
right from
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna studio Mustang.
Wait a minute.
Up the green
You-
line.
You threw me out of the Rathskeller once.
probably. Oh, it was
Oh,
you
that was the lead singer.
back again.
Guarantee one thing: not one of you threw me at it anywhere ever.
It'd take both of you to try to throw him
Just
out.
protecting his
Oh, no,
line
I'll tell you
for
what,
his Ferrari.
There was one time that my whole fraternity tried to throw me out because they had to have a meeting and I was a pledge. So at least I don't know, 15 of them tried to carry me out and they couldn't because I just had they're trying to carry me out and I was holding on to somebody else.
Curious who you pledged with.
Sigma Nu.
I was Teak figures, right?
Sure. At Stevens, there were only a handful of fraternities.
Well, hey.
There you go.
So we
Took it
formed a band in Boston, and that's how we met producers and other people in Boston.
Nice.
Bob Schott was an awesome producer. He went on to work in New York at Editel Studios, and it was a small town, kind of in a way.
And we met him and the Cars ended up buying that studio on Newbury, I think. That was right after Bob left. It's still a studio.
How long ago, date-wise, year-wise, are we talking? So I'm curious.
Oh, we're not going to give any dates out. Come on, now change the subject.
I was there 91.
Whoa.
I'm gonna come clean and say that I'm over 1,800 years old and I'm on my last life cycle.
Just so you know, it's not the age, it's always the mileage, like an old Cadillac. Remember that.
More like an old
drink was he
Yugo.
drinking?
What drink?
You go your way.
What color was his T-shirt?
It was
Yeah,
a long time
was it
ago. Let's leave it
Versace?
at that.
Awesome.
Didn't you jam with that dude from Stained, Lou, when you were down there, up there?
Stained. Oh, so this is the situation. I used to go out with a girl. Her name was Sarah Montemagni. Her best friend, boyfriend was, it's been a while since I could hold my head up high. It's been a while since I could call you. This dude
Yeah.
is
Aaron Lewis. Aaron Lewis.
next to us. We were like, dude, put it in a fucking casket, dude. Like, kill myself music. A couple years after, he hooked up with a band. They signed him solo, and it didn't work out. If anyone looks into research about that for the first 3 months, they wanted more of a so they could play it on the radio. Once it went on the radio, it went, I think, gold, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
He-
yeah, he's big in the country world now.
He is actually from not Springfield, the next
Oh, went to where he fit.
Hadley. He's from Hadley, Massachusetts. He used to go to a bar called Elizer's, where he was dating the bartender, which was friends with my girlfriend at the time, and she introduced him a long time ago. Actually, funny story quickly. He had a party in his basement, and I went to had some food. I'm a greaseball guinea. I had a salami sandwich at Tony Luca's, the Baco's market before I went there, and I burped downstairs. I heard him go, "Oh, fucking salami!" That's like the highlight of my life, bro.
I heard that shit the other side.
The olfactory influence.
I'm the famed story. I still think I can outsing him though. Fuck him. That's why I think confidence is key, man. And my producer Yuma is badass, so he's better than their band. So we got him, Tony.
Yeah. He's
Are
always
you from
sharp.
Boston originally?
No, Hartford, Connecticut, brother.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
me
God.
Me and Lou are. Yeah, Ian's coming out of Connecticut too.
Go back 40 almost years now. I just turned
Gales Ferry, Connecticut over here.
Hills Ferry, brother.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Yeah, Mike and I graduated from Ledyard High School.
Oh no shit! You guys went to Ledyard High School?
Dude, you graduated?
Before
I just said we
before
went
it became before it became a casino town.
You know this town. I have a cottage in Niantic. You know, Rob. You know where it is? Niantic. Right next.
That's sweet.
Yeah, bro. Right near the My Joy. You know that song, the My Joy, the fishing boat.
No,
Joy.
but
Awesome.
All right. Anyways,
that's cool. Great
I've
place.
actually been fishing on the My Joy.
I have a place right down the street from it. We love it.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Wow, you're Hartford, Connecticut. The range is small. We have the second smallest state in the country. I think Rhode Island kicks our ass by like a 28%. But
Well, you know what the funny thing is I found Ian on BandLab, and I was like, I heard his sound, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe that, like,
sounds familiar, right?
this sound that he was making. And then I saw Hartford, and right after I found him, was when I moved.
You ever been to the Webster?
Yeah. To the what?
Webster?
Webster,
Harvard?
the Webster Theater.
Oh, yeah, years ago. But I live way out in the countryside in Pomfret, Connecticut, which is like in the quiet corner. But I work in Glastonbury.
Right near Pomfret. I'm in Coventry right now, so I know where you're talking about. North Wyndham, right near you.
Yeah,
bro.
Coventry. Holy shit.
We drive through Pomfret all the time, but there's the boys' school up there. I think it's up near the hills before the Mass line. He's up there all the time.
Don't give Ian too much information, or he'll come out and he'll assess your cabin. All right.
He's down in Niantic. I'm not allowed on the shoreline anymore.
Lou's gonna have a guest at the beach house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Connecticut's it's a boring place. Let's be honest here. But that suits me fine. I'm in what they call the quiet corner now, so I like it quiet.
You belong in the corner for sure.
Yeah, always was.
Tony,
That dunce hat on.
Tony and I were kids, like 18 to 23 years old, at the band room. Tony, the next group around us was Avant Garde, and they became Weezer, right? Am I mistaken?
Well, two of them ended up going into Weezer. The drummer, ironically, became the singer.
Wow. I didn't
Right
know you
on.
guys were. Yeah, it was a good band.
We know each other since 7th grade, 6th grade, man. Me and Tony and I.
Wow.
Wow.
Make some killer music together too, man. Rock on, Tony. You
And
too.
there used to actually be a music scene, you know, in the Manchester area, East Hartford, some of Hartford, Vernon. A lot of the musicians from all those towns would all go to Benzini's band room, and there's like 30, 40 bands at one point.
Yeah, man, that was badass. Badass. Everything turned from the parkade too. You roll through the parkade, like, yeah, we're going to the band room, and then jump in the car and roll up to see some bands play. Great life. We grew up really cool, man. I go by your house every day when I go to work at East Hartford. You know that, right? I'm like, that's my boy's house. I rolled up with your paper with that chick, Vanessa, the blonde with the fucking baddest chick in the cook. That night. Anita's fucking best. Woo! Rock star. Tony always had the hot ones. I was in electronic music class with this fucking dude. He was in it for like, since he was 2. He threw me in his class because they felt bad for me. And we had a project due in like a week, and I did it in like an hour.
That was one of the only classes I went to as a freshman.
Well, because you're a genius, they put you in gifted programs. They would grab Tony and cherry pick him out of the class and put him with a bunch of nerds that have a 3,000 IQ. And Tony would be smarter than everybody and the teacher, so they put him somewhere else. They had nothing to do with him. They couldn't put him anywhere, so they just let him do whatever he wanted. It was a great fucking life. Wow.
Is that also a commentary on the people who lived around there at the time?
In my life is Mr. Dumont, Mr. Tonis.
Well, a couple of my friends, we were the only ones that were both in the gifted program and the supported program. And the supported program was for the fuck ups and troublemakers. So I'd spend half the morning going to gifted class and the other half going to troublemaker class.
Damn, you confused the hell out of them.
Connecticut school systems were awesome. They catered
to push you both and figure it out.
We went to a public school system which had a VOAG department. We had farmers. In Connecticut, in Ledyard, Connecticut.
Yeah, I actually when I moved from East Hartford to Tolland, I wanted to go to Rockville High, and it was the only way I could go to that high school was through VOAG. So I actually did VOAG for 2 years in high school, even though I had no plans on becoming a farmer. But it was the only way I could go to that school.
Dude, that's going to be such a skill during Armageddon, I'll tell you.
Oh, I got 150 acres now. Like that knowledge will get implemented.
Awesome.
Hopefully not too soon, you know,
Just don't
under a
forget
mushroom cloud.
Metallurgy is important too.
Bury a fucking bus, dude. Mowed it out.
I couldn't wait to get out of Connecticut.
Yeah, me too. That's why I went to Boston.
And now I look back at it and I go, what a beautiful place. Why did I ever want to leave?
I went to Emerson. I graduated from Emerson in Boston. I look back now.
Oh yeah, I got some stories on some Boston.
I had some girlfriends back in Emerson. Yeah.
Lake and Palmer?
I had a door knocker, and I had to go to Boston, and I got my ass whooped. The first door, dude, just knock, knock. Hey, dude, how you doing? Ass whooping. Don't care what you got to say.
Well, and if you're gonna go to Boston, you better be a brawler because they brawl in Boston.
I know they curse and brawl worse than. I mean, I thought New Hampshire was some cursing mouths. You just kind of get around it, like, okay, that's just how they are, and then you get up there and you're like, damn, they fucking malice up here, like fucking no land. Go home with your head down, boy.
I left Connecticut and went to New York to Manhattan School of Music and studied classical and jazz with Timpanist for the Met Opera, Fred Hinger.
Oh, that's how you learned your jazz in New York?
Yeah.
No wonder.
And also, we had an awesome director in high school, Doc Mariani, who was a jazz player from the 30s and 40s, and he showed me some nice stuff too. But yeah,
when did you find yourself compelled to learn jazz? Like how
ever since I wanted to please my father.
Well, yeah, it would be if you're trying to please a musician parent like that. That is the genre, right?
He would bring me in and he said, listen to Shelly Man on the Brush of the Sun. listen to that brushwork. And he'd let me stay up late and watch, Buddy Rich on the Tonight Show. You know, it was a connection. So, it's the usual Freudian shit that guides me. You know, but I worked hard. I did all the competitions, the All State, All New England, All American, all that stuff. And if I might say, I won every competition.
You might say that.
Right.
And I came in second in the nation in my audition to Manhattan. So anyway, I could play the drums, but I was technical, but college taught me how to play with phrasing and feeling. And it wasn't about like speed and technique anymore. It was about music.
Well, yeah. If you're studying for that, you have to get past the, I mean, with jazz, improv is like a big deal, but speed isn't as important as clarity and precision.
Just speed jazz, but like modern jazz now is like at a modern tempo. Usually.
Yeah, I remember my theory teacher saying that, jazz is sped up classical music. It's all, chromatic harmony, in a way. And but you're right, with an improvisational piece. But then again, Mozart might have been improvising all that shit anyway, and
Hey,
improv.
I think or Bach every Sunday having to pump that shit out.
Yeah, right.
Variations on every theme.
Yeah. And I did audition for Meatloaf, actually.
But unfortunately for him, somebody called him from Boston and said, "Why don't you quit everything that you're doing and come up here and join my band?" That was me. So Mike turned down Meatloaf, dropped out of Manhattan, and joined me.
Began a life of drug abuse and rock and roll.
That's when the real schooling set in.
A couple of times when I was actually working in Manhattan, they had like concerts out on the, like, not in the park, but I mean, they have concerts in the park too, but this was on, where were we? I want to say it was over on, was it Fifth? Somewhere over there, there were just places where you could just go out and walk around lunchtime and just see concerts, out in front of this church or out on these steps or out in front of, this big building, just concerts going on, people putting them on. Sometimes it's the Marine Marching Band or, whoever, or an orchestra or what have you. It was always cool to be able to just walk around, always in the summertime, but it was always nice.
I remember
it's encouraging when you see musicians all around you performing out there like that. That's encouraging. I hope we get back to that.
I remember seeing Philippe Petit at Sheridan Square.
He's been out of work.
He's the guy who did the high wire walk across the World Trade Towers.
Oh, the one who, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I actually watched that. Like, is he gonna fall?
He used to perform down in Sheridan Square in the summertime. I was just thinking of what, I'm just riffing on what I hear. And it was pretty cool, pretty amazing.
But see, the reason Mike would appreciate that is because Mike used to be a mime.
Easy there. We don't want to reveal too much. All in one night.
Now my interest is peaked.
So hit his mute button, and you'll get a taste of it.
First they came for the mimes, and I didn't say anything. I thought I was being ironic. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, no, close. No, but he was actually a talented guy.
I was.
He could juggle. He had a devil stick thing. It's a stick with two wiffle balls at the end of each stick, and you had these two sticks in your hands, and you would flip this thing around. I think it's like a Chinese toy or something. But
ancient Chinese war weapon, dude.
Oh.
So would you say you had a natural inclination to perform? Is that what led to like the music making?
No, it's more like I wanted to know the skill of juggling and drumming are the same. Drumming is down, juggling is up, if you will. And so I felt that they helped each other's skills out. And plus I'm just really bored and I like juggling, so I just juggled. It's fascinating. And then performing was just basically, I needed to make some money. So one of the guys Ian and I worked with, Ben King.
Yeah, it's got a studio.
Yeah, he had all this like makeup that he did this performance with, and he said, "Here, you want it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll take it." And it was a bunch of mime makeup. And I'm like,
better than a mascot costume, right?
yeah. And I'm like, am I actually going to do this? Am I going to go out and actually try to like hold an audience without speaking? Is that even possible?
And it was.
Because I watched Marcel Marceau, and I wasn't really a mime. I was a juggler. But I went down to audition at Faneuil Hall for this company called Where's Boston, and I went and I was competing with like all these other mimes and clowns, so I needed a good name because it's all about the name, really. End of the day, and I came up with the best name in existence,
Which was?
Oh, I'm supposed to say it?
Well, if it's the best one in existence, you're gonna
Okay,
have
all right.
it. Otherwise,
Mine will never say.
Bozo had the ultimate name.
Well, Bozo's had a good name. He had a good actor. But ready? Boggles the Mime.
You're not kidding. That is good.
Thank you. And I became Boggles. And I got the gig, and I ran around Faneuil Hall and just fucked with people 4 hours a day on the weekends. And that's pretty much it. I remember one time coming home on the Green Line, and I was still wearing makeup, and the guy who was driving the subway, the Green Line, he wanted me to take the wheel and wave to his friend as he passed, because it would be like, there's a fucking mime driving the train.
It's like a movie.
Yeah, yeah, a couple of moments. Yeah. Mostly, yeah. I ran from mean people, and I learned a lot about energy. I learned that whatever you put out there comes back at you. So if I put out positive stuff, I get positive stuff. But if I fuck with tough guys, I can get the shit. I'm in Boston. I get the shit kicked out of me.
Tough guys will fuck with you back. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, I'm tough. Well, I'm tough. You're tough. I'm tough. It just escalates this energy. So one day I'll tell you some more stories, but I'm going to stop now on the.
You're right. Exactly. This is being recorded.
And, yeah, I know. Yeah.
The mentality of putting out good vibes, that's just as important in the music making and the word writing as it is in life. If you take your music serious and what you put into it, the good vibes come back.
I couldn't agree more.
I believe that. Absolutely. So that's the most important part. You start a track, develop on it, but at the end, when you hit, well, for me, I use Auto Master. I'm sorry, Tony. And that's the moment where I listen to it and I say, thank you.
I used it for the first 8 months myself.
I know.
Well, Ian, what did I tell you that Tony told us? I said, remember, if you do it right, when you push that button, it shouldn't be no difference because you've already mastered it properly.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you did it perfectly, it shouldn't actually do anything.
Yeah.
I'm a long way from that point.
Yeah, we all are.
Well,
so when you
listen to the difference now, like when you are using it and you listen to the difference between what you sent and what it auto mastered, listen to the differences, and it will lead you to what you want to adjust in your mix.
Yeah, I agree, because Automaster kind of does a shift to the entire sonic landscape, and you might only want to shift a little. Maybe you want to bring the low end up or something. I agree.
It tends to do an overall boost of all levels, and then you hear everything a little bit louder. But the more you recognize the things that it does adjust, then the more you can make those adjustments before.
Also tends to
what I do with it.
That's what I don't like about it. Is I don't like a solid brick. I like there to be dynamics in the WAV file. That I can
right.
glance at a song and see where the loud parts are, where the quiet parts are, where the buildup is,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
It really
Yeah,
does
there's a
eat
visual
up the
component for
wave.
sure. Yeah, it's an important visual component. Ian, you use visuals a lot when you mix and produce, right?
Yeah, absolutely. With automation and everything that I use. And I was going to just say, every like rough track as I'm doing rough mixes, because I have a long drive to work. So in the morning, I get up like at about 4:35. I try to lay some tracks down, and then I do a rough mix, and I put it up on my work in progress BandLab file, and I auto master it. Then I run out and get in the car and go to work. But that you get to hear it. It's like I call it teaching to the test. Like Tony's saying, it gets more sparkle in the high ends. It treats the bass differently, and that I use that feedback to go back and adjust the song. But I use it to adjust the
Well,
parts
see,
more.
that's good practice.
Yeah.
That's
It
a
makes
good,
sense.
yeah, that's a
feedback
good
loop, yeah.
procedure. Like you're not going to get a perfect mix in one shot, especially nowadays where you're targeting different platforms. So right now you're learning how to mix for BandLab and how it's going to sound over there. But you send that same thing to SoundCloud or any of the other music services, your mixing will adjust slightly across different platforms.
Not to mention different speakers. So headphones versus in a car versus on the big system versus somewhere else where they have, real serious bass. I mean, you get huge differences in what you're going to hear there. So that's where it's important to listen to the reference track, in a number of different places or environments as well.
Yeah, a big challenge with BandLab is I suspect they compress everything to MPEG, M4A, regardless of whether you send a wave, which should be uncompressed. I think when they store them in M4A, and no matter what, you lose some dynamics with compression, and that's why it feels like it's not as loud as it should be. It feels like it doesn't have the punch that it should, because it only takes a little bit of compression to affect the dynamics of a sound. So you have to adjust and punch a little harder or bring the levels up to compensate for the fact that it's going to get compressed with the M4A. When you upload to something like SoundCloud or some of the other services, they will take your uncompressed wave that's mastered, and it should sound the same there as it does at your house.
What Uni just mentioned, I did see somebody do an experiment with that where it was, putting in a track where they had several things at different volumes, or a few different tracks, I should say. One that, where the source track was very quiet, another one midway, another one very loud, and did the automatic mastering and saw how it just brings everything, full. So it does kind of try to boost it on its own, which can be a good thing. But again, knowing what it's doing and trying to make those adjustments yourself is better in my opinion.
Yeah, it's almost like just doing a standard normalizing. But BandLab's a little sweeter than that, because if you take your time, you can go in on a laptop and you can download stems, and you have the ability to download a 44.1 16-bit wave uncompressed, unmastered. You have to, it takes time, but you got to download each track.
Here's a test for you. Upload a 44.1 wave to BandLab, and then take that same track that you uploaded, re-download it as a 44.1 wave, and do a bit by bit comparison. And what you will notice is that this wave is not the same wave that I uploaded. It has changed. And it means that they're storing. When they go to save it, obviously we're eating up their hard drives. They have a billion tracks on there.
50 million users now. Yeah.
So it makes sense that they would archive in M4A.
Tony, damn it, you're spot on. I've noticed something weird about BandLab, and I also know about image processing. When I do code, if you enlarge the picture and you're not in a vector graphic, and then you bring it back, there's a lot of loss.
You'll see the difference.
Wow.
And you can compensate a lot of this, like M4A compression is not like really bad. It's not like MP3. The dynamics that you lose are subtle. And if you purposely mix a little hotter or higher, knowing that like you're going to BandLab, it's not hard to compensate. After like 8 months of using the auto mixing, eventually I did get to that point where I wasn't hearing a change, and in some cases it was ruining my mix. And that's when you know you've compensated for it and you can stop using it. I always check it. Like I still, even now when I upload a track, I'll still take a listen and see how it sounds with their different choices, but it never ends up being better than what I've already done.
I have a friend who works at Apple. Ian, you know Gordy. We were in a band together. Yeah, and he said that he thinks that the MPEG, like the 192, is like a line that you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, it starts to.
Right around there. Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to be anal, you can go higher, but it just makes bigger files at that point.
24-bit and the whole works, right? Wow. So BandLab, goddammit, they don't have to, but they could offer a premium service where they don't fuck with the files.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to figure out a monetizable business model. You know, BandLab Pro, if they ever get off their derrieres, a BandLab Pro account where I can get uncompressed, not just 16 tracks.
Right.
Give me a permanent key for streaming. And now we're talking. I would subscribe every month for those features if they're listening.
Yeah, I hear you.
Not everybody would, but some people, most definitely.
I would. So that's all that matters to me.
Just making sure they don't say, "Oh, no, now it's a paid service that also has this for everybody." Yeah, no.
Well,
I
don't see them going to like they can't go to being a complete paid service at this point, because when you've given, you know, the kitchen sink away at this point, but their limitations are also what helps them to make a pro service that is worth paying for.
They might also not, the only money that they monetize is like, would you like to have somebody produce? And then so maybe their, quasi music supports that service. Forgive me if I'm being cynical, but
well, they tie into like Lab
service,
FM. When you look at the Steve Gibson websites, BandLab is like a complement to a whole umbrella of music sites, and some of them are catered towards the commercial market. You're seeing them partner now with Reverb Nation. There's another post they put out a couple of days ago. They're looking for an artist to spotlight on this new platform. People should go to blog.bandlab.com and check out these opportunities.
I've been on Reverb Nation through Facebook for years, and the one thing I don't like about Reverb is they only take like up to 5 meg file sizes before they make you pay.
Yeah.
So they have their
5 megs. That's an MP3. You have to send an MP3 if you want.
It's a low quality MP3 too, not a high.
Yeah.
I know, but hey. I'm big in Uganda somewhere. Where am I big in? I'm big somewhere.
That's funny that you mentioned that.
Nigeria. Nigeria.
We just interviewed somebody from Uganda like a week ago. Ange had an interview with an artist from Uganda. You'll be seeing that in the next couple of weeks.
Awesome.
Carlos.
Yeah, I have like about 1,000 or so fans from Nigeria.
Nice.
Yeah, sure.
Well, apparently I have like a $20 million account sitting there. Once I give him my bank account, I'm a millionaire.
I'm selling pieces of the Brooklyn Bridge. Exactly. Exactly.
I have a technical question for you, Tony. You see a lot of talk about this gain staging.
Mm-hmm.
And I get, when you collab with other people, right? They're recording on all different devices, some of them in this chat room here tonight record on their phone at times. And other guys I work with send me like super hot digital synthesizer tracks. And, you know, you download them in, especially these synths. Anorak, and he's my buddy. I love this guy. And he uses that FL Studio thing.
Yeah,
And he
popular
gets,
one.
yeah, it's just like, you know, I mean, it's like super saturation. I download his parts, put them in the DAW next to my parts, and they're twice as loud.
Where is the saturation in the level or is it in the effect? What feels
Like
saturated?
if you look at the waves next to each other, do they appear to be the same height, or is one
No.
literally doubly tall and fat?
Doubly tall and fat. It's volume. So
You know,
what I saw on
as you
YouTube-
deal with different instruments, you get familiar with how what weight each instrument should look like in a wave. I've listened to so many different types of instruments at this point. I can see a wave and know if that instrument's too hot or cold just by looking at the wave these days. Like
do you gain
brasses.
stage? Do you gain stage stuff if you're working with other people?
What does gain stage even mean?
Or about having the level come in, making sure, like, to me, the
Calibrating
way I
the
would look
input.
at it is taking a good input from the beginning, making sure that, like, for example, if
Right.
you're getting the level in and just trying to get it to a level that shows that you're not spiking all the time, but the loudest
Right.
sounds are getting to the right levels, then you go to
Right.
the next stage and see, you know, okay, now you're getting into the mix and how it sounds, how you're getting to towards the end.
Yeah.
But also,
Okay,
I've seen
okay,
times
got
where
it.
if you take one that's like a line in the middle and just has little bumps here and there, like somebody recorded something but it's super quiet,
Yeah.
you can do things to try to boost that, where you can use literally a gain plugin, like he's saying, like Uni was saying, you can put a gain plug in there and just crank up the gain there. For me, what I like to do, or what I prefer
Now
to do,
that
take
you
the-
end up doing boost though. I
Right,
like,
exactly.
I prefer not to do that if I can get a good input.
And that's
But if
where-
you're gonna do that, you do it post.
But even with that low signal, you could go, if you go into one of the defaults I use is the BL1176, one of the compressors in BandLab. I just go in there and it actually has I forget what it's called. It might be gain, makeup gain, maybe it says, but whatever it is, it's a way of basically you can bring it up right from there. And by using the compressor, it's already compressing up. It's taking that very, very quiet signal compared to the silence, and it's bringing it up to a nominal level. So even a very, very low signal, if I just put that 1176 on, I can just dial in a little bit with that makeup gain and get it to be as loud as one of those brick signals, essentially.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
just a little
without
bit,
the noise, without the background noise. Wow.
without the
Well,
background noise.
hopefully, like, you know, when
Yeah,
you're
right,
dealing
right.
with, when you're dealing with a mic, this is with singers and mics is where calibrating and getting the best input you can, the balance
Yeah.
is the most important. When you're dealing with line instruments, you don't have as many of these problems, but with a
Yeah.
singer, you want to get that signal where when there's no noise, you don't want to hear noise. If you are hearing noise, the mic is too hot, and if it's picking up room or hiss or anything like that, you want to calibrate that so that it's not doing that. Then you want to bring the singer in and make them sing the strongest part of the song and the weakest part of the song, and get a feel for their dynamics and where they're going to hit in the wave.
Right.
And then make your final adjustments, and
The other
that's
thing
how you
about that-
calibrate a mic for a singer.
The other thing about that gain stage in the beginning, or even about having signals, a lot of people, they see the volume bar in the top, like when you're in the mix editor in BandLab and you see that volume at the top, there's a bubble in the center, like on a level, and that's at 0, but the bar itself is a lot longer than that. The bar goes up to +6 or more than that, right? So it's quite a bit past that. So when people,
And
a
it
lot of
goes
times
from
they're
yellow
spiking,
to red.
it goes from yellow to red, and people a lot of times they just go to spike that bar. So if you hit play and you see that bar just spiked 100% red the whole time, I already know that waveform is going to be a big brick, right? And that's not what we're looking for. So the
Yeah.
first thing I would do is to
And-
try to just solo individual tracks, like the one that looks the busiest or has the loudest parts to it.
Right.
I'll try to solo that track and see how it hits up top. And it should be hitting that bubble or a little below even, because we have to factor in the fact that we're going to be adding all these sounds on top of each other. And that loudness, certain sounds are going to add to others and make them louder. So you have to leave a little bit extra room for that. So I try to get solo one track and try to get it to where the loud part of that track is now loud, getting just beyond that bubble maybe, or right to that bubble. And then when you start adding the other tracks in, and make sure you're not spiking all the way to the end, because if you're
And that's
spiking all
real
the way to the end,
important.
it's not good.
Listen to each track individually. Look at that track's levels individually, because when you're listening to the mix of all the tracks.
And Uni makes an important point right there. It's better to deal with tracks that are recorded too quietly and try to boost them, rather than trying to bring tracks that are too loud down, because tracks that are too loud could already be clipping. They could already be artifacting. There's already things breaking up. There's already things that are undesirable in the sound, probably, that are difficult. Like bringing the sound down by 20% or 30% isn't going to take that part out. Like that's already, the sound is already damaged in a way. Whereas if it's too low, trying to bring it up, you might end up boosting the noise like we were talking about. But that's where something like the Reefer plugin we talked about many times, that can do the subtractive EQ, where it can actually subtract out the room noise. Like you get a quiet part of the track where there's nothing but the room noise, and it'll pull it right out.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the subtractive noise reduction. You can maintain the same dynamics. Like it works really great with like Angie's tracks. She uses her phone, and we get a little bit of room noise, but with the subtractive noise reduction, it gets rid of the noise, but it does not lose any dynamics of the vocal tone.
Builds a noise profile from what it hears, and you can actually see it on the screen, so you can see where the noise is in terms of, is it low hum, is it higher noise? Like you see the whole profile, and it'll try to basically knock that out. It'll put a template over that and say, okay, block all that. And then throughout the rest of the playing of the track, you won't really hear a difference in the parts where the voice is, because the voice covers so much more of the spectrum. But you definitely hear in the quiet parts that noise is gone.
Yeah, the subtractive approach, it's called Reefer, which all you stoners out there should be able to remember. These are free plugins.
REA, because it's based
REA, which is part of Retools. Reaper,
yes,
Reaper's a DAW, but they also give these Retools plugins to anybody for any DAW. They're VST. You should get them. They're free, and it is the best noise reduction, bar none. I've tried like 10 of them over the last 2 years. It is the only one.
Is huge for anything that has noise. And I had a couple tracks right off the bat. That one was a recording somebody had from, it sounded like they were at a cafe. So you hear, dishes clanking and people chatting and things like that. But it was that part doesn't all disappear, because that's going to change over time throughout the song. It'll be minimized somewhat, but it's just that
takes a different kind of noise reduction if you want to try to get rid of those.
It wasn't going to get rid of all of that. You still could tell that it was going to be a live recording, but what it did get rid of was that steady room hiss that was there, because of it was a big open space or whatever, and the microphone was giving this high hiss. So listening to the original track and then listening to what happened after that subtractive EQ, it was night and day. It was like magic. So I for sure recommend that.
Yeah, and what's cool with Reefer is it has like 5 different approaches to noise reduction. So it's not like you're stuck with one way. You pick the approach for what you're dealing with, and then you get different adjustments. You can EQ out noise, you could subtract it. There's isolation options, so you can just say like, this is the noise I'm looking to try to get rid of. Depending on the approach you take, you're going to get different results. But the subtractive, when you're dealing with noisy phone tracks, vocal tracks, it is the only noise reduction that I've found that can cleanly remove that, and it doesn't really fuck up the tone or the dynamics of the lead.
Another thing on the point you were making about different ways of cleaning things up is, let's say you take a track that's got a lot of noise and it's got a lot of problems to it. You could take that track and make multiple copies of it. And normally we don't talk, like, it's not a good idea to take multiple copies. But in this case, if you take multiple copies and say you low shelf one and you high shelf the other. So this track only has from this frequency down, and this track only has from this frequency up. And then you can deal with them individually. You can, literally EQ in just the low end of this track and just the high end of this track.
That's kind of
that middle out.
That's kind of a compression like approach when you think about it.
Doing it manually, and that way you're trying to get things, because sometimes just the presets or doing things manually or doing things automatically doesn't always get it exactly where it needs to be, but you can hear what needs to change. Like, oh, there's still a little too much rumble, or there's still a little too much hiss or whatever. You can hear what needs to be done, but maybe you try to make that adjustment and it makes the vocal disappear or has a problem or whatever. Again, you can take this track, put a compressor on it, take this one, do the low part, get that boosted, take this part, do the high part. You can break things up and work with each part of the spectrum separately if you need to for a particular track.
And I want you to get these resources so that I can start singing and leave my air conditioner on. I'd like to be able to do
You
that.
guys can probably hear my air conditioner on right now because it's like right there, but just out of reach.
Well, let me just check though with this subtraction thing. Is that one of the effects on BandLab that's offered?
No,
No.
it's a
This
free
is part of
Reefer, man, Reefer.
Only
download.
Reefer has this.
Re-
Okay.
Retools.
REA tools. Yep.
REA tools is the whole suite of the plugins,
Mm.
and Reefer is the noise reducer of those plugins.
And these we would
Okay.
use from Cakewalk because we would bring those down. It's a VST. You bring it down, you install it
VST3.
into your DAW, and then you can use it over there, take the noise off of it, and then you can bring the track back is what I had done with it the first couple of times.
Nice.
Did a
Yeah,
little bit of a
BandLab
process, but-
BandLab does have a noise reducer. I'm not impressed with it, but not to their fault. I've never been impressed with any noise reduction plugin until I
No.
found this one.
Uni mentions the gate, and you can certainly use a noise gate, but there are certain things like whooshing sounds that
Yeah.
you can wind up with, and there's other issues that can happen with the gate, or and a lot of those you can adjust out if you really micromanage the attack and release.
You got to
but-
do surgery to really get gate to work good with like the hissing that I'm talking about with phones. The gate, I tried that for the last 2 years, and anytime that the voice kicks in, you'll hear the noise and the voice come in together.
Kind of
and
depends on
there's
the
this
person. Though. The person, a lot of times, if they have like a sharp inhalation right at the beginning before they sing, like that can actually get the noise or the gate, kicked in, and then when their voice comes in, it's already clear and it's ready to go because it already heard that.
Loses the dynamic.
But if people don't do that and they just start right with the sound of their voice, then that first initial sound might be a little bit squashed or might have that little bit of a whoosh to it. But those are things that you can try because certainly there are situations where you can just click on that gate or a compressor or whatever, and it can magically fix everything in one shot. But it's not something that you want to just automatically assume that you can, I can just click this on and it'll fix everything automatically.
Yeah. And technically the subtractive approach with Reefer is kind of like a gate. When the cool thing with this method is there's a learn option. You check the box that says learn, and you play a part of the track where there's silence with the noise. All you got to do is play a couple of seconds of the noise without any singing. Keep that box checked. Hit stop, uncheck that box. And if you look at the profile, the Reefer will actually profile where the noise is at the bottom, and it'll make a fingerprint of the noise profile. And then after that, it just magically gates that part of the track without sounding like a gate, because a gate by itself, the way it kicks in, you can hear that when the sound kicks in with gating. But with this profiling approach, you can't tell when the audio is actually coming in, but the noise isn't there.
It's happening, Chuck. Good to see you. It's one of those things also, to me, it almost seems more like an EQ mask, where basically it's developing that, again, if it was like a bass heavy sound that was interfering, then you'd see in the graph that it's bigger on the left side, you'd see the exact, sweep of what that sound is. And that helps you also to see where in the range you might need to EQ things out in order to get rid of it. But to me, it's like if you had one of those big EQs that has all the different bands, it's as if you took this band down a little bit, that band down a little bit, and you blocked out those specific frequencies, but there's still enough of the original sound and enough frequencies not blocked that you're hearing a coherent sound from the original signal without all of that garbage that was in there at that particular spot, because it just blocks that particular, I'd say masks that particular set of frequencies.
Wow,
that's extraordinary. That's amazing. I got to check that out.
It is a
That's why we
very
need some
useful
engineers
tool.
and producers, Mike.
If there's one tool that I would say everybody should have in their VST arsenal, that is the one.
Yeah. One of the others that we talked about at one point was Blue Cat, and I'm trying to remember what it was specifically about Blue Cat that we used.
Well, Blue Cat's they do have a whole bunch of different plugins, but where I use them, well, I don't use them as much anymore, but they do have awesome overall mixing.
The different presets, that's what it was.
Like basically the Blue Cat's plugin you can find a mix for every type of song that you play, whether you're trying to do like trap, hip hop, or rock, podcasting. It's got different approaches with mixing profiles that can save you hours. The
And they're
reason why I
great just
don't
to
use it
preview a song that
anymore,
way too.
I used to use it when I was still trying to figure out like what compressor to use and how to do the mixing. When you're new to mixing, plugins like this can help you to still get the sound that you want without having to learn everything. The only downside is if you get too comfortable with it that you don't go learn how to use compressors.
You
And
know, presets are good.
thankfully, I already was learning to use those things, so it didn't get in my way of learning.
Presets are good, but you don't want to rely on them. You don't want to have, oh, okay, there's a guitar in this, so I just put on guitar preset and I'm done. It's like you want to still listen to the track and still see if that guitar preset is relevant to what you're trying to get in that track for that song. But it's a great place to start, and that's where those presets can be like, oh, this is a hip hop song, or this is a rock song, or this is a jazz song. Like just those types of changes can really make a difference to how the overall mix sounds and how you need to mix this more bass heavy or more treble heavy based on the overall sound you're going for that style.
Yeah, I will still try running my final masters through Blue Cat sometimes. If I have a problematic mix where I feel like there's still some punch or something that I haven't been able to sort out myself, I will still run it through there and take a listen to some of their different presets to see if it helps.
Mhm.
It's good to have as a fallback and a reference.
A lot of people don't even look at just all of the options that you have just on that one channel strip. I mean, all the options that you can put in Cakewalk, for example, just on one channel strip, what's there by default. There's so many things you can already do to the sound that a lot of people don't even go in and fiddle with. Like they say, oh, I need to get an add-on for this, or I need to get a new VST for that. But a lot of times you can just find stuff on the base channel strip that's in there, the default channel strip, to find, EQ this a little bit more bass, a little bit of this, change certain things on there. And even just adding just those couple little sprinkles of, if you need, okay, then get rid of that reefer to get rid of that sound, the extra noise in the bottom. You can carve that out or things like that. Definitely cool.
Yeah,
Be able to do all
Cakewalk
that stuff.
does come out of the box with like everything you need in the Pro strip.
And I think we've
You
gone over
got
that
you
once
got
or twice, plus-
compressors, you got amp simulators, many EQs.
and this is where we talk about Creative Sauce on YouTube. His stuff for Cakewalk, he's just got all of it in there. You could spend days watching Mike Creative Sauce on YouTube, going through all the different. He's got Cakewalk secrets. He's got getting started with Cakewalk. He's got all that stuff, and so many of them relate beyond Cakewalk, just in the theory that he's using. The way that he does things, the way that he's using different parts of things, the way that he'll do side chaining, all that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of things that you can.
And
learn just from those
these will
videos.
also apply to Logic, like these are more techniques, and thankfully, these plugins, they're all VST. Logic loads VSTs.
Yeah.
It's more approach and technique than it is the DAW.
I saw this guy, I think on a related subject. His name's Lewis Cole. He's a really wild, modern, I don't know, drummer and composer. And he was talking about this program called Isotope.
Mm.
You know about that?
Yep.
You probably do. Yeah.
Isotope
And
has a
it's like-
bunch of great plugins.
Yeah. So you've used those? You like it?
Oh, the Isotope plugins, I'm still going through a whole bunch of them, but Nectar, when it comes to vocal mixing, the other plugin that I think everybody, especially if you're a singer, like Nectar just makes so many vocal mixing jobs that much easier.
Really? How does it work? I mean, just
well,
quickly.
a lot of it is just the presets themselves, but it's a whole bunch of different effects processors that are part of the plugin, and the presets utilize different things: reverbs, delays, choruses. What I like about it when you go through the presets is that they're organized for different kinds of jobs. Like there's a section on vocal effects or speech and podcasting, and there's a whole nother section on classic vocal effects, and there's mic simulators that can make a crappy mic sound like a Rhodes, or not to say that it makes a crappy mic sound like a $1,000 mic, but it does make a crappy mic sound better.
Absolutely. You can do a lot of things,
Wow.
just tweaking things. You can make like you said, you can make a cheaper mic sound a lot more expensive than it is. And also, if things are not well configured, an expensive mic can sound kind of crappy.
Yeah.
If it's not set properly. That's one of those things.
Now we're talking.
well,
Now we're my
yeah,
talking my language.
What do you mean? The iPhone mic is state of the art?
No, I remember back in the day we had this really beat up like microphone that was just like completely like lost all of it. All it had was like a radio high end, like a and I used to love singing through that distorted microphone.
Some people pay big money for a pedal that'll make you sound like that now.
That's right.
Ironically, yeah, that's now what people are trying to get.
And Chuck, actually, that's exactly what those Creative Sauce is. The guy on YouTube. You'll see.
Oh, hey,
tons
Chuck,
of,
see.
Cakewalk for Dummies is exactly what he has. Like at least 3 or 4 videos that you could classify in that category for sure. And he breaks everything down real cool. Goes through everything, shows you everything that you need to look at. And just again has so many different videos that they get very specific about what each one is about. So if there's a specific area that you're having trouble with or that you want to investigate more thoroughly, you can find a video tailored to that, or tips and tricks, or getting started, like all of those. He has videos for all of that.
Yeah,
I'm
Creative
checking that out.
Sauce.
Yeah.
Creative Sauce has been my go-to since I got back into Cakewalk. His tutorials they cover everything, and he explains it nice and easy.
I'm taking notes. Awesome. Really good.
I mean,
one final thing, just as I'm gonna probably fade in about 5 minutes or so, which is, have we talked about, or have you heard of something called Sonic Pi?
Sonic Pi?
Yeah.
Is
See,
it on
I
Raspberry Pi?
teach. No, it's actually the guy who wrote Pi and did a lot of Python stuff. He created this music
PY.
platform. Yeah, yeah. Or no, it might be Sonic PI, I forget. But what it is like, it's actually code. You write Python code, and the code triggers the sounds. So you're on stage live, and you're just writing code, and it's creating the whole sound landscape. It's like I teach code, to like STEM in college, and it's just sort of an experiment in like, what would be like if you wrote code and code became music, like on the fly?
Music is code. There's the irony. Like music is actually code. There's programming in music that has been there all along.
No, I'm with you, but the approach is not of a keyboard. The approach is of a computer keyboard.
Yeah.
Control shift.
Totally I mean, I remember writing in BASIC or whatever, trying to write to the music on, make music on a computer way back when. And I can only imagine what you could do in Python with music now. I mean, I'm sure it's come a long way since the last time I looked at it. But yeah, that would definitely be a good avenue to look at.
Oh, I will be checking this out this week.
This guy knows Python too. So.
Maybe next Thursday we'll be talking about this, because this is based on Ruby, which I know the language. So.
No. Let me also say this, which is I got one of my students. We did a pretty cool project, which was we went up to GitHub and we grabbed Shazam's code that creates a hash table and a fingerprint. Available? Right? It was always available. Everything's on GitHub, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Nobody knows how to use this stuff, but that's where a lot of it starts. Anyway, so my idea was that we wanted to create our own database and play a song and fingerprint it. And then we actually it's not a copyright infringement, but it's a database of fingerprinted songs. And then my stretch was, well, what if it was a password? Or what if we created a song that went into the psychoacoustic area of like above 44 point, our hearing range, which is what, 27,000 hertz or something. And you created music that only dogs could hear, but it triggered a password that opened up a service. Anyway.
I like the idea. What you're talking about there is not much different than when they tried using images as passwords. You remember, like, your banks would
Yeah,
have you load
right.
an image in order to uniquely identify yourself on a machine.
Right, right. And the idea is
It's a
there's like
form of encryption.
so yeah, exactly. And that's what's
Mhm.
the problem now is with the advent of these new computers don't break encryption anyway. So these are the ideas of like security. And it's also an idea to like generate music, right? Because I don't want to use Paul McCartney's like blah. I want an original piece of music that only one person has the key for.
That's the tough thing,
You
is
know?
that there's only so many combinations of good sounding chords, or chords that sound good together. And that's where one thing, remember when we looked at Hook Theory, Tony? Hook Theory is one of those sites that has one particular section where if you were to put in a chord progression, like you put in C, G, and then it'll tell you the percentages of all the songs in its database, which it has a lot.
Wow.
This percentage went to, after that would go to an A minor, and this percent it would go to an E flat 7 sharp 9, whatever. Like there's all these different whatever chord it would be that would go to, but they have them all laid out. So a lot of times I'll go to one of the lowest percentage ones. So it's not a 0%, but it's
right.
Some percentage
Right.
of people chose that one, and you go hit that one. It's like, ooh, it's like sounds really bad.
No, that's
weird.
fascinating, because the AI can scrape, and one thing they've done is they've scraped sound and created all these databases for that. So, and the other
Plus they've
aspect
taught
of it
they've
very
taught the
interesting is-
AI they've taught the AI some music theory. So when it's scraping, that AI is getting smarter.
you feed every day you feed it music, I guess, and then its database grows each day. But you put it in training mode, and then you put it in performance mode. And the other really interesting thing is something called zero knowledge proof. I don't know if you guys have heard of something called zero knowledge proof, but it's another fascinating like area of like causing the transaction to occur where you're not giving away your information. Anyway, so I'm doing a lot of this cybersecurity crypto stuff at work.
Stuff,
so
Oh man, we could have a whole nother conversation. I didn't know you played with this stuff. I mean, I've been a programmer for 25 years.
I don't play with it. It's my job.
That's the kind of programmer that I've had to be.
That's why I'm a college professor, because the students play with it. And I go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I have a student who's writing a bot for Twitch and Discord, so she can keep her social media growing when she's not there. An AI bot, and it's not hard these days.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, it's hard until you know it. Whatever.
Well, and that's what the programmers are really starting to utilize AI and bots for these days, is to do what would be considered menial tasks for the brain, like watching your Twitter account and for activity and responding.
Right.
If you can offload that to AI and a bot with your own thinking involved in it, then it is kind of like it is you.
I would finally be successful if I could only be nice to people. Maybe the bot will be my answer.
I did all that with poker bots for about 10 years. I used to program poker bots to play like me.
Awesome.
Awkward.
Were they functional, or was it AI?
Oh, very functional. Are you kidding? That eventually I was like, why am I sitting here for 8 hours a day pounding through these tournaments? This machine doesn't get tired. It doesn't tilt. It doesn't get angry when it loses a hand, and it just keeps powering on.
Where the specialized AI is wiping out every human being specially. The generalized AI, that's where the road and the rubber are going to meet.
That's the trick. Yeah, we were talking about with artists the other day, because all this artwork that's on what you see on my camera here, this was all generated by AI a few weeks back.
And what's the name of that program again?
Let's see, which one was this? This was from the Google collab. But right now, what I was looking at, there was Midjourney was one of the ones I was looking at, but that's not what I generated it with. Let's see, what was it?
No, it's amazing. I knew artists who would painstakingly spend hours doing what you're generating on the fly.
Oh, Tony's got something to show you on
Yeah.
that front.
What was
because
the address on that one we were looking
that
at?
was let's see, it was Dream, right? So Dream Stable Diffusion. So I would say beta.stablediffusion.ai/dream. That's my guess. It'll probably come up because you already were there before. But this is unbelievable. You got to see this because basically it comes down to how well you can describe what you want to see. But if you can describe it, it can make it. You can describe it in a particular artist's style or a particular type of style. Like you could say a comic book page, or you could say a pencil drawing or a blueprint.
Wow.
And you can give it any subject matter. And if you can describe the scene, it can do it for you, and it can do it for you in under 30 seconds. It'll give you a 512 by 512, like these images around me right here. These are like little 512 by 512 generated by AI. But with these, if any of the ones that you see that have human figures, you'll see that like faces are distorted and too many or too few fingers or limbs, things like that. Because the AI I was using then wasn't as good with particular figures or faces at that point, but they've come a long way. Like there's one of the bands right there. But
wow.
They've come
Yeah,
a
and then
long way now.
you do an automated workflow to a non-fungible token.
You could. That would be the amazing way to do it, and that's where you could just be minting those out just steady.
I know
But
it's
with
insane,
this,
but I think there's a cost for every token. There's you'll be bankrupt before you.
Yeah, before you sell one, right? But in this case, the you actually pay also for each generation in this one with Stable Diffusion, and each dream, like it costs, I don't know, a tenth of a penny or whatever it is, but they give you 200 or so images that you could generate right off the bat for free. So they get you to, so you can just start cranking them out. But you can crank them out so fast, and just anything that you can describe, could be, a kitten surfing with a shark on its back, and it would literally, boom, like it'll generate that image for you in 30 seconds, whether it makes sense or not.
Have you heard of OpenAI?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was what we started with, actually, where the Google collabs, that's where these were generated from.
And that's where a lot of AI is like starting from these days.
They're scary smart. They're doing things like I could talk to the computer and the lexicon will parse the language and write the Python code.
Absolutely. I was doing working on the beta for that as well. With some of this artwork stuff, we got into some of that as well. And I need to get back into that because I started so many of those things all at once.
I dropped it too. I got it and just sort of dropped out on that. Yeah.
Same with the Google collabs, and I was generating all this artwork. I could have been, my computer could be generating this stuff all day, every day from that collab right there. But again, this newer one just draws things so much faster and has, it's hard to describe how they've done it, but it's, again, any kind of style. Like Tony, what do you think about those Ansel Adams images? Like I'd said, okay, Ansel Adams.
It definitely brought in his style.
I'm seeing some Dali. I'm seeing some Salvador Dali.
I can't bring up the page that I brought up the other night.
No problem. Let me see if I can find it here.
Keeps taking me to GitHub.
Jared Lanier is going to be really angry with us for sucking up all the resources on the planet, though.
Hey, as long as the resources go to good use.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I don't have a good understanding of the blockchain ledger and the resource hogging that it does.
I am pretty good. I am pretty good with the blockchain. It is hogging up resources these days, but I'm liking the fact that tomorrow's bank ledgers are not going to be in the hands of banks. They're going to be in the people's hands. And that's really the importance of Bitcoin and blockchain. You can't burn these books. These are ledgers that are immutable.
Yeah, and thoroughly distributed and replicated, so in fragments all over the place. So you can't attack one server and do any damage.
You can steal money. It's not going to stop people from stealing money, but it really does start to define what money is as how much is out there, because there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoins by the end. And the fact that it's finite makes it more valuable as a currency than everything we're using as currency at this moment. Yeah,
you get into a huge philosophical conversation though about what is the value of money and its the stability and
Yeah.
way beyond us tonight, I'm for sure. I mean, but you spark my mind when you say that, you know.
Well, that's the bigger question. If you have a ledger system where you can say like this is how much of something there is, then you can start having the discussion of how much that is worth based on supply, demand, and usage. Money is just a method to a means.
Yeah, and the issue, of course, we have is that we just print the shit out of money. Like we just add to it. You know,
Yeah,
quantitative easy.
Which
Quantitative.
it depletes it, changes its value.
Yeah,
we keep fucking up money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Ian, if he's still awake, he would tell us that the housing values don't go up. The value of money goes down, baby, goes down.
Well, I don't always say that,
Well,
but we're in a strange place now, because that's actually what I do for a living, and it's valuing real estate. And here in Connecticut, we're in a very strange place. In Glastonbury, a wealthy town, values still keep going up, and instead of 10 multiple overbids, there's only 5. But it still keeps buoying the price up despite interest rates clicking up, because there's so little supply. And now the millennials have hit their stride and they have money and they need more space to have children. So there is a real serious, deep rooted need and very limited supply. And people can work from home, so they can move that money around now. It comes down out of Boston and New York, because they can work on a laptop, and they got dollars and the other people have pesos. It's the strangest thing. I've been through 3 crashes already, picked up those pieces. I couldn't tell you what's going to happen in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I didn't imagine what has happened in the last 20 years. I couldn't have predicted it. Thought I knew where things were going, coming into the 2000s. It's been a surprise every
one
year.
after another.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a finite amount of planet, and just like Bitcoin, there's a finite amount. So the stability of our dollar and an increasing market of goddamn humans.
And it is time for this change. Like this is money is changing in that sense, and 21st century money is going to be blockchain based. I think that it is a big deal. We're still grasping the big deal that it really is.
Studio.
I went to get my new glasses, and I took my wallet and I went, this is money. to the kid. He didn't know what money was. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Kids never know what money is.
Yeah, never did.
What is that paper you have?
So this is that Stability AI program we were talking about. It's Dream Studios beta, and it basically allows you to type in a phrase like this with you can say I'm looking for a dream of a distant galaxy by a certain artist style, whether it's a matte painting or line art, different artistic techniques, and the whole trending on, I guess, if you really wanted it to look like it's targeting
on ArtStation.
Yeah, and then high quality. So read a dream of.
Well, when's the music equivalent going to come out?
Actually, there are some. Yeah, me and Glenn have looked at a couple of the music AIs, and there's a few of them that are kind of getting to this point where you can say a fugue in the style of Bach, in the key of,
but made with the screaming electric guitars.
Made to sound like a metal song.
Yeah, they played a 24-hour or a 72-hour AI music thing that everything was different. It never repeated any particular. Well,
I think
I'd
I
have to
saw
put it
something
through
about
that
that.
thing,
Where
that chord thing that you talked about.
it was all AI generated, no human input, right? Was that the one?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wrote
Yeah, it's over
a
for us.
song.
It was fun writing songs. Wasn't it fun? It was fun writing songs. And it wasn't
But
it
it was
fun?
all in the past now. It's
It
all
was
in the past
fun,
now.
man.
I let the bot do it. I did this song. It was a collab with Laura just recently, and it's up there. And I think if you played it, it's shocking to me, honestly, still. And I used some techniques and things in there. It'll be interesting, or for me to see if you recognize the tools that I'm using in this song. It's called Waiting, and the premise of this is that your AI assistant, think of Alexa on steroids or something, but maybe it's even Elon's bot, the one that's supposed to stand there waiting for you.
Sure.
You're at work, and so the bot goes through all of your music, absorbs it all completely, and then from that pulls out all your favorite, the instincts, the moods, everything that you like, and it knows
Your
how many
style,
times
yeah.
you've played it. It can tailor the music exactly to you. And then the joke I put in there, it's the way it's written up in the description thing, and it says, and learned how to play the guitar. And so she's waiting, that's the name of the song, for you to come home because she wants your attention. She will not be denied. And this is her way of
one day you'll find true love. Keep going, yeah. Keep going.
it will find you, Mike. It knows where you live.
Here's a picture I just generated of a sign of things to come in
Wow.
style of Picasso with a canvas painting. And apparently we've got a lizard queen or something.
I think it's a short scale bass, a very short scale.
Very short scale.
No.
When you said musically, I got curious.
Yeah, it's
Again, watch how
great.
fast
That's
these are. This is
that's amazing.
But yeah, this is cloud rendering. Like if I tried to do this with my video card, this might be a possible future music instrument.
There you go. Seeing into
You
the
just got to
future.
hang that stuff in the Met. No one will know the difference.
Yep.
Oh, it's true. They'll pay for it.
I meant the MoMA. Sorry, the monitor. Yeah.
MoMA.
The MoMA.
And that's the thing, is depending on the style, like you could say, anything there as far as different people to get all kinds of different styles. If you wanted a cartoony style, you can go with a cartoonist. If you wanted
Yeah, I did Hanna-Barbera
style.
the other day.
Yeah. I was even thinking Norman Rockwell.
Sure. I wonder if can you bring in like writers like Kafka and Sartre and all the depressed French people.
I think it's more based on what it knows. Like it's on the library set or the data set that was trained on, and the data set it was trained on contains all this real artwork from real people. So like, if you were to take something that exists already, even if it's an image, like we could take that same idea where this is pretty cool because it totally is something musically, right?
Oh,
It's
and that's very Norman Rockwell. Look at that.
You could do 100 of these, put out a Norman Rockwell lost art book, and no one wouldn't know the fake news.
Well, see, that's what you're going to start to see is that blending of like reality and virtual reality.
Deep fake.
Give him an Ansel Adams deep fake. And it could be doesn't have to be some sign of things to come musically. It could be more of because that would be more of a landscape thing, right? So pick an area, and just by telling it that, like it knows that Ansel Adams, it would be a black and white thing. It knows it would be photorealistic. Like all that stuff is built in or kind of baked into the data set.
They have the styles in a whatever a checkbox list somehow. How
about Niagara Falls? Niagara Falls by Ansel Adams.
Niagara Falls. is a view of Niagara Falls.
And it's a fictitious view. Like if you tried to find that exact view
Yeah.
at Niagara Falls, you wouldn't find it because this isn't
This
an
is
actual
not
image.
copywritten.
This is generated by the AI, every pixel. So it's
And clearly the Canadian side.
Yeah.
I did Angel Falls actually at one point, and I did Ansel Adams and Angel Falls, and it had some that were really cool. Like the way it had, waterfalls coming down from the very top of the screen and like vanishing off in the distance because it knows that Angel Falls is that high.
Is there a limit to the amount of text you can type in, or I'm sure there eventually would be, but it's something to play with. Like how
there's a lot of space there. You can get very descriptive. I want to say it's 250 or somewhere in that
probably,
range.
yeah,
So
that makes sense.
It's a fat chunk.
2 to the 8th power, 256 or something. Yeah,
Exactly.
a byte.
Amazing.
Okay, this is definitely an Ange request.
A field of butterflies with frogs and bees. Absolutely. Wonderful.
Now, what artist is the
Ooh, I got
question?
one. Hiro Isono. So
Somebody who's
HIRO.
unknown. Somebody unknown that'll just fuck with the AI.
ISONO.
My buddy Fred.
And that's the thing, is that wouldn't work because the AI doesn't know what it is. So they would just try to make up something based
Now,
on it. But
I
if you
have
give
a,
them an
I have a
actual
friend
artist-
who is an artist. He's done
Oh, there you go.
thousands of paintings.
Nice.
You'd have to scan that stuff in, of course. There's no way to show art to the AI, and it can't replicate it yet.
Wouldn't there be a copyright infringement underneath all this somehow?
No,
all. They talk
all
about
of
that
this
actually
is
in the
being
generation.
generated on the fly, so it's not actually utilizing any piece of media to do any of this.
You know,
What's his
very
reference
pixel by
point,
pixel.
though? I
what's
mean,
also true about Apple Loops. Apple Loops are programs that don't exist in music until you make the arrangement and it's a record button. So,
It's just like MIDI.
people-
It's
are we
just like
violating
MIDI.
copyright?
MIDI does not violate copyright because until you turn it into sound, it isn't sound. It is just notes. That would be like saying, okay, you can copyright a song in sheet music. So you can say like, this is my song and hand out sheet music and copyright that. But you can't copyright a recording with sheet music, right?
What happens if you try to say
No, but I know what
Mona Lisa
he's
by
talking
somebody
about.
else?
Is like photographic and allographic. Photographic art, pictures, the thing that we're playing with right now. If you copy it, it's a violation. But holographic art, which is music, if you don't copy it, it doesn't exist. So this is interesting. Like, is the AI violating Ansel Adams' copyright to a jury of 12 peers?
If you go
No.
down to the frequently asked questions at the bottom on the left there, it actually goes into that. Like, is this,
Nice.
it literally, because they talk about that, because right there, what is the copyright on the images and everything else, and they talk about the fact that it is generated from basically nothing, from noise, but it's just trained so well that it makes that noise resemble exactly what you ask it to.
but it's trained on something. How does it know what a waterfall looks like until someone feeds that in?
Yeah. It has copywritten media in its training.
Some of the one I was looking at had the larger data set had 5 billion images. I mean, it was a ridiculously large.
That's the thing, right? It's the size and how big the data set is.
But there's not a single chunk of a single one of those images in any of the stuff that we've looked at. Any of those butterflies, those don't exist anywhere in any of those images. It didn't grab that from an image and use it. It just knows what a butterfly looks like from seeing images of butterflies before, seeing those descriptions. So the training set is what tells it what things should look like. And you can get, I mean, the kinds of things that you can do with it is just ridiculous, really.
Well, you're overwhelming it. You're beating the system with pure volume. If the training was only 6 photos of famous artists, right, and it just and its limited output was only variations of those 6, you would see the Mona Lisa like halfway there, right? And that'd be like a Beyonce song that steals a clip from Earth, Wind, and Fire. You go, aha, that part there is the face of Mona
but
Lisa.
Ian, this really begs an interesting question about human perception, because you know how they say like 6 degrees of separation, right? And that means that we're really related to everybody within 6 people. We're related to everyone, right? And we don't think that way. And the book by the guy who wrote Mathematica, oh, man. Anyway, famous guy, The New Kind of Science, this book. And he lays waste to all ancient mathematics like algebra and says that reality is based on patterns. And once you layer 3 patterns deep, you don't see that it's a pattern that looks like reality. So the question becomes, how many patterns are needed, Ian and everyone, to
Before the
create something
pattern
that
blends into
yeah,
something new.
for it
Yeah.
to look like right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's how I write every song. Wait a minute. No. I layer out stuff on top of each other.
No, it's
There's
that's a
nothing
good
unique.
point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's Stephen Wolfram, in fact. So, you know, you're right. The way that we write music today is layers and patterns, absolutely, and has been.
And there's only so many notes that we have access to. In our styles of music, we only have those 12 notes. In Eastern music, there's 24, but still, I mean, we usually stick to those. I mean, you can play a fretless bass and work your way between notes, but that doesn't mean you'd put them on a staff as, you know, this note and a quarter, this note and a third. You know, you're passing through those notes.
There could be an entirely untempered movement that will occur where they're like, "Fuck temperament. I want the original, you know, Pythagorean scale." So everything kind of goes flat as it goes north.
You know, and things go full circle. So like right now, if we're building these tools and making reality into artificial reality, it will only be a matter of time before eventually we want to go back to traditional approaches. Like this can only last so long before we will.
No, you're right. There's a medium or a norm, if you will, or a variance. I remember reading the history of like the semitone, and a guy did try to create a quarter tone keyboard, right? But it was too big, and his fingers couldn't play it, and you know, there's all kinds of problems.
And what did it sound like? I mean, I've actually thought about like hitting halfway through a semitone, which you have to. You can do it like with MIDI nowadays. It actually would be easier.
Oh, absolutely.
When I was studying
pixels on the TV, though, you can't see the difference. You know.
Well, when I was studying
our ears aren't fine-tuning
music,
I was think of it like on a fretless bass. When you hit in different parts of the fret, like you're not hitting a perfect C if you're not hitting it right in the middle, right? Like you're shifting the tone a little bit by hitting it in a different area. Like
part of the way they can cheat with that is by doing that warble back and forth, where you're kind of going from a little flat to a little sharp, going back and forth over
tremolo,
or a pinch, or a bend.
But yeah,
well, and there are certain places like blues notes where the third is such an interesting place, where minor third, major third, you can play around there a little bit with quarter slides and stuff. It's beautiful. You know?
What I'm saying is that it's only as good as the listener. And if we can't hear the difference, the average person struggles at this point in the culture with one note songs. Never mind the one note is in tune.
Wait, time out. But we have to entrain them. We have to entrain them to the new music, because let's face it, before temperament, we can only play,
or they adapt to it.
We can only do Gregorian chants. If you played a third, it was a devil note, and then they tempered the piano and they brought thirds in and 8 octaves. So we could train people. That's it. Nothing but quarter tones moving forward. Ian, everything's going to be quarter tone.
But if you look at the way things are going, things are literally getting more stupid
simpler
each day.
Simpler. We won't call y'all stupid, but
more basic,
music is getting simpler in some regard. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And in other ways, it could be more complex, but it's not what Bach was. It's not that level. It's not what Indian music is, with multiple time signatures and 16 tones, and even the way you move between them. We are getting to a point now where it's a person screaming over something, and then you put Melodyne on top of that. It to my ears, but the art may be shifting in other ways. It may be going into like lyrics and other places that I don't really comprehend as well. But I hear it from a purely musical point of view, and maybe I need to get out more.
Well,
Uh,
a lot of the classical music was very instrument driven, and like vocally driven music is really something that we've seen in the last 300-400 years. More,
yeah.
more
We had
so,
to
more
we
so
had to
in the
invent the
last
castrati
200 years.
first. We had to invent the castrati before we had those beautiful high notes.
Well, and we had to electrify instruments. We had to get microphones in front of people and a whole bunch of things. And now you're seeing the change in the music that gets made as new instruments come out, new sounds get discovered.
Yes. But where's the listening going? I guess that's where my question is. And I get frustrated. You can probably hear that in my voice. It's like I try to go more and more into the depths. You know, I'm studying other scale forms all over the world and other things, but it feels like I'm moving against the tide in a complete
Are you
opposite
happy
direction.
are you happy with what you're hearing? You're listening as you explore those sounds. Are you happy with what you're hearing? Because I guarantee you there will be listeners out there that will like the same thing. Your ears are not unique to you. Your ears are shared by many who hear the same way you do.
And because we've had maybe some shared experiences too, they can relate to some of it and be open-minded to, because I'm trying to go into a world focus. And
Oh,
you know,
same
like
here. Same here.
Yeah.
Like the world music scene in 21st century music is where I want to be.
Right. And that's what I want. But I'm very frustrated that, like, even on BandLab, there's no category for my music anymore.
Well, don't be
been a problem for a
frustrated.
while, yeah.
Feel complimented by that fact.
Just pick whichever category it's closest to, and just go with it from there. You don't.
Yeah,
wanna
but
leave it as
let
being one or
me
the other, though.
feed your frustration, Ian. You're absolutely right.
You're
These
such an
fucking kids-
instigator.
These fucking kids, they want to play games, and the music is in the background, bro. In the background.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
your
that
mic is
music
breaking up.
that music still feeds their games. If they didn't have that music, that game wouldn't be as fun to them.
Oh, I don't disagree. I'm
soundtrack.
just saying it's not the only thing they're doing though. It's an add-on to the visual experience, and they're much more visually oriented today.
Well, and there you
Music
go.
is dying, Ian. Dying, man.
Well, tomorrow's music won't just be sound. Tomorrow's music will be multimedia. We are in the multimedia age. You want to focus on your sound. You want to think about your visuals. You want to think about the whole listening experience, because it's not just about what you hear anymore. It's about what you're seeing, what you're hearing, how you're feeling.
You know what? I'm going to shift to the psychoacoustic realm, where no human can hear what I play, but only the animals. Only the animals will appreciate me.
You just see a whole bunch of ears going like. You start playing the dog in the corner, the ears just pop up. What?
Well, see,
And then they take off in the other room.
How do you know if you were to use those high-pitched whistles in a song, how do you know it wouldn't influence humans that were listening to it without them even knowing?
It all comes down to how good
Subliminal sound.
No, you're spot on.
You won't know if it's affecting them until you really put it out there.
That's why Nyquist created 44.1 megahertz. He created our spectrum, and then he doubled it in the event that what if we responded to psychoacoustic sound? Like, what if? That's a great question.
Yeah, I've been seeing some interesting articles on like extreme tuning. Like I just wrapped my head around 432 tuning in the last couple of years, and I read this article the other day. This guy talking about 1,000 megahertz tuning, and I'm like, what? Wow. Which I don't know. Like I don't know. Maybe there is something there.
I do have one thing about the different tunings, right? Like there's the 440 and there's the 432 are the two that you hear about most often, right? But if the idea is if you cut those in half and you keep cutting them in half and then half and half, those are the octaves going down. With 440, once you start going down 440, 220, 110, 55, you're done.
Yeah,
that's
440
no more
cuts
even
weird.
numbers after 55. But if you go
Well,
to
you know the
432,
you know what the
start cutting
432 is, though, right? You know
Yeah,
where
the-
that comes from.
That's the
original.
God note. 432
No,
is
well
the
that well,
vibration of the
but that's
universe.
also that's the Pythagorean system, the
Mhm.
original system that he wrote.
Mhm.
A440 was A432,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
then it shifted up to A440 over time.
Now, if you take
Or
that
they made an
432,
agreement when the decimal came on board. We used to be in base 12. We were not
Mhm.
in base 10. We're in base 12, and 440 is for decimalites. I'm getting all angry now.
I know,
People
exactly.
who want to
But
shove everything into
my point
base
wasn't even about the
10.
432 though, and the 440. The idea is that if you take the 440 versus 432 idea, right? You get down to 55 from the 440. If you take 432 and you start cutting in half, you get down to 54. So 55, 54, pretty close. That means you can get down to 27. So that's even lower, odd number. But if you went up to 448 instead, then you start cutting in half and in half and in half. You go 448, 224, 112, 56, 28, 14. So you get all the way down to 7. So
Yeah.
you get all the way down there. So to me, that one is the one that gets the most, the furthest down to the lowest frequency that you can possibly get to at that point, 7.
I think 27 was actually the frequency that Pythagorean started on and he built from. He built on a trinity of trinities.
That's one of the lowest ones that the human ears can hear, because between 20 and 30 is where you kind of cut out at that point. And
Right.
you're more feeling at that point anyway.
What we did is we wanted to make 8 octaves sound good. So we took the 1 octave and made 1/12 split between every note.
Yep.
And sure, you could play in any key, but every key's out of tune.
Yep. And then how do you feel about things like the Taylor tuning, I think it was, where he's doing things like this one's the G on the guitar is a little bit sharp and the B is a little bit flat, or whatever he does there.
Right. Yeah, the Taylor tune is beyond me, but I do know that they used to just try to, say, create a piano in the key of C, and it didn't sound good in any other key. It only sounded good in that one key because it was tuned properly.
You know what we will do one night, Glenn? We will explore the tunings, the different ones.
Because we can actually detune the keyboards as well. Like we can say, adjust this keyboard down to 432 or up to 448, and we can see what the different things sound like through the different octaves.
Yeah, that's the beauty of being in the digital age. Like now, it's really easy. When I tested 432 versus 440 on my keyboard, all I had to do was press a button, change it, and listen to the same music tuned down a little. And did I like it? It's very easy to compare 440 and 432 with my synth.
Guys, there's a crazy geometry mapping to the frequencies in that when the Pythagoreans created the music system. It's an insane thing where the geometry of the gong, of each of the hexagon, pentagon, sextagon, create a frequency that is the harmonic series.
Yeah, the platonic solids.
If you take the interior angle of a triangle, that's 180 degrees, and you play the note 180, the frequency 180. And then when you get to a square, you double it, you get the octave. And so the harmonic series starts at the fundamental and then goes up to the octave as the note that we hear. In fact, we don't hear the fundamental, we hear the octave above the fundamental. The crazy part is when you do the next gong, the pentagon, it creates the fifth. It creates the fifth in frequency. In other words, the platonic, the natural solids, the convex solids, not concave, but convex solids, 3 through 9 in frequency create the harmonic series. I mean, when they said that the spheres were singing, they really meant it. It wasn't an analogy. It was not an allegory. It was real.
And Diva does that too. Yeah, she does tune her stuff to 432 a lot.
Wow, Ange wasn't shitting when she said this is highly informational. Wow, dude, you just blew my mind there.
Now, Angie knows the frequency of the planet, right? The famous 8 point, I think 8.7 hertz or something.
I like
There's
to
a-
think Ange is the frequency of the planet.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The Schumann
But
frequency.
There's a
763, I think.
frequency of the planet which is about 9 beats per second. Like it's a lot like the sound that the Western screeching owl makes when it does a flutter. It's in harmony with the
because we
sound of the
checked.
planet. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
We freaked out an owl just to hear what it sounds like.
It's called a chortle or something. Chortle, yeah. Anyway, yeah. In the future, we talk about pop music, but let's face it. Tesla created a frequency that almost brought down a building. He matched the frequency of the building, and almost brought the entire building down. So
Resonant frequency.
why can't we use sound to cure cancer? Hey,
I agree. And there's been, the whole argument for 432 and the whole reason why I started looking into it was because there's those who are researching it for PTSD and for its healing elements, not so much physical healing, but mental healing. It really seems to be having an effect in some cases, and I believe in that. I think there are certain ways that music can heal at the brain. Just because I went through a traumatic head injury back in my 20s, and there were certain aspects to music and playing the piano that really got me through.
Awesome, really awesome. We just don't have the science on it yet. You ever degauss a head? You ever degauss a head on a tape deck?
Oh yeah. Back in the 80s and early 90s in my electronic music class, that was a necessity.
Yeah, right. So isn't that what we kind of like might want to do with our bodies with sound somehow, is degauss ourselves? And
that's what my head felt like.
Yeah. Somehow get rid of that bad pattern or reroute that pattern, somehow.
Yeah. After the accident, it felt like, things had been shaken up and were no longer calibrated. And it took some years, and some of the things that I was playing and some of the things that I was listening to over time kind of like recalibrated.
There's
got the head back in place.
I know we're taking it way out, but and I said I'd end 45 minutes ago, but the psychoacoustic phenomenon, what about the sub-psychoacoustic phenomenon? Lower notes that we don't hear but feel.
Oh yeah, like imagine laying in a massage bed where like the subwoofers are under you. It's possible that physically that could actually help too.
Yeah. I've always thought that the bass guitar, you don't hear it, you feel it.
Glenn's healing us.
You never hear a bass guitar, you only feel it. I always felt the bass,
Well, that's because when I had a stack of SVTs behind you on drums, that was therapeutic.
Yeah. That's what I love about the 5-string bass. Also, get those low notes in there.
And plus, before we had grounding on the amps, you made me turn all the amps on and off, and I always got shocked, as I recall.
Shocking. James Bond.
All right, I think we solved all the world problems.
Yeah, we've wrapped that up.
Hell, at this point, we're tackling the universe.
Oh, last week was Soul's birthday? Okay, we got to definitely bring that up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think it was Saturday.
And also Aviva's birthday was over the last weekend.
Yeah, hers was Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
mine is coming up. I'm sorry we missed you last Thursday.
Yeah.
I'm on 28th of Sunday.
Nice.
You'll be 28 this Sunday, man. Congratulations.
It depends on your math. On what base you're
for large values of 28.
Yeah.
In inverted dog years.
So a lot of Virgos out there. That's what's happening, man.
Sure. Good stuff.
Don't get me started on the mathematical possibilities of the astrological system. There's a correlation
Oh.
there. It actually
Too late.
works. Man. It actually works.
I know that. He's a Sagittarius, and I'm a Virgo here. See, now we're going to get, we're going to bring it home for the audience here, something they can relate to. And my mother was a Sagittarius. My wife is a Sagittarius. My boss at work, she's a Sagittarius. My daughter, Sagittarius. My oldest son,
Oh,
Sagittarius.
get out of here. Wow, you are on a roll.
I'm screwed, basically. No, it's all good. They're the spark of my imagination. These people keep me on my toes.
I was
Dude,
gonna ask,
what's your ascendant?
do you think your
What's your
sign,
moon? What's your moon?
do you think
Come on,
your
what's your
sign
moon?
has affected you creatively? Or do you think
Yes.
alignment there can have an effect on a person's creativity?
I think
That's a question.
it affects my process, as Mike will attest to. I'm
It affects my prostate, actually. Go ahead, yeah. Hey
I
now.
knew
prostate.
that was coming.
In that I tend to be I'll fuss over one take over another until
So
I'm satisfied with it.
It makes you a certain kind of artist, like that anal artist that just needs to make sure it's perfect is
Perfectionist.
Sagittarius.
That's Virgo. That's the Virgo guy right there.
Yeah, until your term, Tony, we say all the time, until you surrender to the mix.
Yeah.
When I'm exhausted, then it's time to hit publish. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know if I really believe in all that stuff. Who could know for sure, right?
Well,
But
I do believe certain aspects of it do kind of nudge personalities in us. Like there is something to be said that like, oh, Aquarians are this way and Leos are this way. It's not to say all are going to be that way,
Right.
but there's a common theme that you can't ignore.
it makes for interesting starting points for conversations or whatever. And I've seen people and I thought, oh, that's an Aquarius, and then turn out I'm dead wrong. You know what I mean? They don't fit that mold at all, or that.
Well, you got to know the whole natal chart, dude. You got to know the ascendant. You got to know the moon.
Now you're getting. That's very Virgo of you.
One
Well,
that I
and
really
it-
enjoyed a lot
man.
was a book that I saw one time that was a combination of Eastern and Western, where you would have your zodiac sign, but then also what year in the Chinese calendar you were born, and they had the specific categories for each sign in each year, and it got really specific.
I haven't overlapped them, but I'm a monkey. My wife's a monkey. My daughter's a monkey.
Have you guys done the I Ching?
My
Have you done
uncle
the
is a
I Ching?
monkey.
Have you done the I Ching?
I feel like a monkey.
After this
Sometimes.
discussion, if you hang around with us, Tony, it's we're very.
I could hang with
very
you guys
bad.
all day.
It must be in the Connecticut water. There's something going on here.
I think
But
they had
it's
too
all
much
good.
fluoride. Too much fluoride? Maybe we got.
And no, that
do it.
we were near the nuclear submarine base. That was something else that was in our water.
That's possible.
Yeah.
There
Dad
was a
radio.
super fun site right off Route 12.
We used to play where Dow Chemical dumped all their chemicals. Remember the woods? The sand pits?
Yep.
Oh yeah, baby. And remember sucking in that air out in Pfizer down there by Avery Point? That
Yeah.
was some
I
of the
drove by the
sickest
Pfizer.
air.
Yeah, I drove by the Pfizer plant like daily.
Jesus. It was like sick
Yeah.
candy. Remember that? It
Yeah,
was
so
like-
so we're more like who we are, not as astrologically speaking, but from the contaminated surface water in Connecticut.
it would explain a lot. And there's a lot of lead in the paint here too from the colonial times, anything pre-70.
Lead paint was much better paint. Much.
Oh, it tasted
much
way
more.
better than this new.
Well, it lasted
acrylic.
longer. That's why horns are red for a reason. The iron and the paint. Come on, man.
Super cheap.
Stop
Can't even
us,
get 'em-
Tony. Stop
Can't
us.
even get a
Shut
red
us off.
M&M these days. Sorry, I'm getting angry.
Nice.
Well, you want to hear some music?
Yeah, you got another tune? I mean, we're waiting for
Yeah.
Soul. Whenever Soul pops in, we're gonna have to bounce and get him set up, but if you got a
What's he
tune,
doing? Is that
Uh,
guy?
You guys
is
go
another
online?
guy?
Electronic Thursday.
Wow.
Oh, you guys should check it out. If you like electronic synth music, he's really like hunting it across Band Lab.
And he's in Australia,
my
so
God.
this is like afternoon for
Oh,
him.
I see.
Oh, God.
yeah,
So
he-
cool.
he's
go
Way
all
to way to
night?
go, guys.
He's probably getting
Way
out
to
of work
serve-
right now.
Way to serve a global community, man. Wow.
Oh,
Awesome,
Ange is the world.
Yeah.
We are the
Wow.
world.
Yeah.
And we just did a world song. It's literally in the title.
It is
Nice musical cue there.
Yeah,
Well,
if
you
guys-
want to hear that tune? Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
I'll play. We'll go back to the AI theme that I was explaining. I want to get your impression on this because I use a couple tricks in this musical tricks. They don't have the sound ideas that you have and how to manipulate the DAWs and stuff.
Hey, you know what'd be cool? If you could play that music and then it would AI a conversation.
We're getting there.
You know how you enter the conversation, got a picture? Anyway.
Yeah. And it's called waiting. And let's see if you go down.
Is it on your page?
Yeah.
We'll see if Tony can find it.
Oh, Tony can do anything.
Let's see if I still have. I closed one tab. No, I still have.
Now that he's got internet, it's like, oh, it's a whole new world.
You didn't have internet before?
His internet was terrible.
Yeah, it was not.
We used to use aviator carrier pigeons to communicate, I recall.
Yep. And a can
Took
and
a while.
strings, yeah.
I was using Hughes satellite, like that's all as we could get out here, but that's like
Oh,
real
yeah, right.
satellites.
Wow.
Yeah.
We were getting like 4 megabit speeds. I switched to Starlink a couple months ago, which is low
Oh.
orbit internet, and it's almost like broadband level.
Really?
Wow.
Well, I've been on this whole time. I could have never done that with the other satellite.
Wow.
It's on fucking satellite.
Is that Elon's satellite?
Yeah.
Who's that?
These Connecticut guys, man, I tell you.
Yeah, this is the SpaceX.
Mm.
Elon's coming.
Your mic is
That's it,
saturating.
Eli's coming. Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go. You open that page. It's probably, let's see, I don't know how many down it is. Probably
I'll
about
do some quiet
3.
miming while you guys are finding it.
Do some juggling.
What am I looking for?
It's called waiting. You'll see a.
Oh,
You're passing all the
jazz,
good stuff, man. You're passing all the good stuff.
I am looking for the.
I think you must have gone by.
Yeah,
by
some
it
of this
already.
does look
That's all
good.
my shit, man. That's all my stuff, man.
Oh,
You sure
Oh, maybe
I'll
are
be
you
good.
on Mike's page or mine?
I'll be going back.
Oh
Is
yeah,
it-
play COVID. Play COVID-19. Play COVID-19. Right there. Play that one.
this one?
Next. No,
Oh,
I want
that's
to do
killer
the AI
song.
tune. Then we'll come back to
Thank you.
that.
You're on but he's on my page, right?
Yeah. Tony, you're on. You got to go to the other Noiser page.
That's why all the good stuff's coming up, dude.
It's confusing.
Oh, especially
Yeah,
with you two, because you both are silly noiser.
The only difference in the handle is
Uh,
Ian uses an underscore. We're both silly
Right.
noisers, so it's really fucked up.
yeah, I have to find like a link to get to your page.
Yeah, so I'm on a lot of the collabs there, so I should be like the other.
Well,
on the,
actually, if I go to Noisers, I should be able to find it. Like you tag all your stuff that way, huh?
if
I
you
never
put
tried to
in
tag.
if you put in pound machine learning, and there might be an underscore between them, you'll see my my AI series.
But that
Oh, you use that tag, huh?
Yeah. #machine_learning.
They also collaborate together. So any of those where it was him and one collaborator, you could just click the collaborator and go. From
Yeah,
there.
you can find his page. That's how I always find him too.
That's how I get the mic page. Jesus.
Hallelujah.
There it is.
Now see if you
there it
can
is.
figure
That's-
out what is
The tag
wrong
works.
with this. What is wrong with this picture when you find this song waiting? I'll be interested in your reaction.
I'll tell you what's wrong with
Scene
you.
one.
Now-
Your
now
PA has a little surprise for you. Waiting all day. She processed your entire music literally, or library, then learned how to play your guitar. Welcome home, honey. Another musical collab with the gifted Laura__T. There's 2 underscores there. Machine learning and #guitar. And I have actually checked this out because you see. I love that little sticky synth sound that you're using there on that mid layer.
Yeah, that was sweet.
There's
Very cool.
there that, and most people think, oh, that's Laura singing. It's not. It's all
Yeah,
computer
what did you use to do that?
Vocaloid.
What's
Vocaloid?
happening, Rolo?
Yeah,
Vocaloid. Nice.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do it.
yeah. Which is like most people think of it as like a Japanese anime thing, and you can manipulate that thing.
Wow,
Depends
that's
on the
been out
MIDI.
since 2004.
Yeah. And the way the Japanese use it is totally insane. And I hope to get to that level someday, but it's hard to manipulate. And yeah, so but it's based on the type of MIDI that you feed into it. And that's where I change things because I'm driving it all from the keyboard. And most of the Vocaloid people are they're trying to sound more like a regular singer.
Like a human. Yeah.
Yeah. But
With,
but I'm looking
well,
for, this is the robot waiting to, she's singing to you when you get home and she's playing the guitar in the back. That's that intro, right? So that's why the guitar sounds all choppy. It sounds like if, you know, she studied all Van Halen and all this stuff. And then, you know, the computer has technically got it, but they don't have it. You know what I mean? And so I tried to put myself in that mindset of how the AI is going to interpret everything, just like your painting program there, where you tell it to, you know, give me Van Halen playing, you know, whatever, with a pop singer.
You should
But
definitely
that
do
voice
Kiss,
does
Tony.
sound
You
like
should
a
do
human.
Kiss.
It sounds like a Blondie kind of thing. Sorry.
Right. But and there are settings in there that you can use. You could have Japanese singers sing that. I can feed the lyrics into it, and my lyrics are shit. Okay, but it's only a computer talking to you. And
well,
remember
how long do you think before the AI starts writing lyrics? I mean, there are already lyric generators out there, but incorporating this technology with that technology, I think is already on its way.
I'm trying to emulate the musical version of what you were showing with that picture program. I'm trying to get, as I say, in the mind of the computer. And I'm trying to anticipate how the computer is going to react. So if she absorbs my entire music collection, you know, guess what she's going to hear, right? A lot of Jeff Beck and stuff.
That's the key. Is you kind of look at it as kind of the weighting, the way that it weights the different artists in the amount of influence that they have on your style. So if you had 1,000 Beatles songs and only 10 songs by Tom Petty, the sound is going to sound much more of a Beatles style, for example, that kind of thing.
And she knows how many times you play each track.
Right, exactly.
And there might be,
but you're only human.
That might be the secret benefit to AI for us as humans in the future, is we might learn more about ourselves after we teach AI about ourselves. And that AI shows us like a AI mirror, like, this is what I learned from you.
Well, they're already doing it. You know, I mean, go search on it for a car and, you know, and it knows that you want a white Subaru, whatever it is. All marketing, everything goes into a bucket, right?
Well, if Google knows me, it knows I don't want a car.
It shows you audio interfaces.
It shouldn't show me a car because I'm not going to buy one.
Right.
Audio interfaces and keyboards.
Exactly. They wherever that money is.
They do show me a lot of those.
Yeah, exactly. I like to, you know, if you notice how everything cross banners, like I could be on my phone and you put in, you know, I'm looking for a car or whatever. I go to work, a totally separate, different platform, right, of computers. And I'm seeing banners. If I go up and check the news or something, there's that goddamn Subaru, you know, or guitar sites of Reverb, you know, I'm starting to see fretless basses everywhere. And they're just cross-platforming.
Well, and fretless basses really are making a comeback. I hope so. Well, I've been seeing that over the last couple of years as I meet more and more bassists who prefer them.
Well, you know what I've been looking for is a good fretless guitar, and I want a fretless.
That I have not seen as much of, and I
saw a video about it.
Yet to see a guitarist.
Yeah. There's a guy called Guthrie or something, and he crushes the thing. But the problem is, as the intonation, it's like violinists when they get up onto those high notes, they're out of tune to my ears all the time. You know, even the best violinists.
They're so close together; it's tough.
Yeah.
Exactly. You'd have to have the tiniest fingers in the world, and you just breathe on the string. Right. I got the same problem. I got these big fat hands. That's why I have trouble playing the guitar. And so the problem is, I was good. I'm trying to find a fretless bass where I can play the melodies. And I've got this 4-string Sire fretless. It's a very basic instrument. It's a short scale, and I get the thing I think to get a great sound, but it's limiting. So I was trying to find a like a 5-string, and I was going to design it so that the C string was up on the top, so that I could play the melodies without reaching way over, and I don't even have a high E. And I was trying to extend my range on this thing, and I couldn't find. I could do an F series or one of those custom basses in New York, for $20,000. But you try to find the right instrument that has the right voice.
One thing comes down to the neck as well.
Then I was looking at the guitars. Yeah. And so you look at the guitars and the tenor guitars and some other things like that. And there's one made in France that I think has a steel neck. Have you seen that thing?
And aluminum.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I guess
Steel?
it's aluminum.
Steel neck?
Aluminum, sorry. Yeah. There's a steel bass out. I saw a guy do that on YouTube, but it's the aluminum. I don't know if it's a Marseilles or it's got some funky French
Would there
name.
be any advantage or disadvantage to building it that way?
More sustained,
to the sound.
It was all carved out of one piece of aluminum.
On a similar area, I saw a brilliant YouTube about the standardization of the piano, the size of the piano, right? And they were making a claim that it's actually a bit prejudiced that men have larger hands than women. And so there's this guy who makes a 3/4.
Well, Glenn has larger hands than all of us.
So there's a guy who makes a 3/4 size piano.
Yep. We watched the video
and then all of a sudden you can play all this classical stuff with smaller hands,
Oh yeah.
But the standard is the larger one. There's only one guy who makes a 3/4 size, and it was just fascinating that.
Well, see, on the keyboard side, you have seen mini keyboard. Going back to like the old Radio Shack keyboards in the 80s where they started putting keyboards in. Yeah, they started putting keyboards into calculator size.
Right.
But
I guess that's for like.
If you could take a standard piano and cut it down 25% down, I do think you'd get a whole bunch of piano players who struggle with the traditional piano keys, me included. Like, I don't have that perfect octave reach like Glenn.
Yeah, that was the claim in the video, sort of, that it was not like a purposeful prejudice. It was like just a structural.
It was more standardization.
Yeah, the design was in correlation with the strings and the building that had to be put into the
and it was probably a big harp that they put. What if we took the harp and laid it on its back? What would that and that's the strings of the harp.
It's much easier to make these controllers now, because now in the digital age, like, we're not tied to the strings and all the things that have to make the sound. You can build a smaller controller and feed the synthesizers. You're going to see more custom sized controllers in the future.
Yeah, well said.
But you can see when they started, though, like the idea being mass production and being able to mass produce keys, and they're all the same size. And
that's what got in the way.
So that kind of made it, once they settled on something, they said, go with that. And some people just have a harder time, and it could be that some of those people were just told, "Oh, maybe piano's not the instrument for you." Maybe
that's why we follow a 440 tuning system, because in the 1930s and 40s they needed to consolidate tuning around the world, and electronic music as it was being developed. All the tuning standards were dictated by a handful of manufacturers to say, we want to make instruments and we want to be able to ship them around the world and have a consistency. And 440 became the set standard.
Agreed.
Despite the fact that it wasn't the best choice. It's a little sharp.
For the 5-string on the bass, one of the big differences, like I have The Fender 5-string is the one that I usually use. The one thing about it is that it only has 20 frets. So 12, 15, 17, 19, 20 instead of 21, 22, 24. So I have a 5-string at the studio in Jersey over here where it's actually 5-string, 24 frets. And with that one, you're actually getting, that much higher access. I would consider getting a 6-string at some point, just thinking about if I needed to get up to that high C string, like I would consider getting a 6-string before I would take a 5-string with a low E and a high C. I would probably go with the full 6-string and go from the low B to the high
If you
C.
start playing a 6-string, you are in a distinct crowd of bassists there. Because a lot of bassists are doing the 5-string these days, but I've only seen like 2 hitting the 6-string.
The thing is, once you go above 4, I mean, it's literally the same patterns that you would use continue the whole way through because of the way that tuning works. Everything is the same. So like, I would talk about how an octave, whatever note you're playing, if you go down, down 2 strings and over 2 frets, that's the octave. And with a bass, with a 6-string bass, same as a 4-string bass, with that 6-string bass all across the instrument, if you go down 2 strings and over 2 frets, you got the octave.
Over the river and across.
On a guitar, it changes. On a
You know
6-string
what
guitar,
you
it
guys
changes.
need is you need a bass that you can push a button and the frets lower to fretless.
A bass that can transpose.
Yeah, and you push a button and the frets come up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's the manufacturer making MIDI basses? There's got to be some MIDI basses out there. I know there's MIDI guitars.
We have a fretless at the studio over there also. It's a 4-string fretless, but I played it for about 10 minutes and I'm sitting there playing it in the studio the first day we had it, and the drummer's like, wow, that sounds amazing for a fretless. And I'm like, wait. And I had to actually feel the neck to feel that it was actually
Well, they
fretless,
drew
it
the line.
looked exactly like mine did, and I wasn't paying attention. I'm just playing. I guess the way I play is close enough to on the fret where I didn't notice the difference. Like I didn't hear things getting flat because I was playing where I'm supposed to. But
well, that's good style.
Wow, there's no frets there. Oh my god! And I was like, it's even better. And I started, but it was also flat wounds, which I'm not used to. I'm used to the round wounds, and so it was a totally different feel for several reasons, which was kind of cool.
That's a good way
That's
to
great.
that's a good way to assimilate to playing a fretless. Something like that will help you shift over.
Indeed. One of the other things for the different sounds was picks. Like that's one thing I found them in my bag over here. Some of these picks, like I don't normally play bass with a pick. I usually play finger style, but like this is like a fat.
Yeah. Wow, look at how fat that pick is.
Damn, man.
That's made of rubber. So that's super
like a
fat
piece of
rubber pick.
pepperoni.
Exactly. That's what it feels like too. This one is made of felt. It's also very fat. But the thing was, when you play a note with it, it's like if you're leaving, you kind of like leave the pick against the string and it kind of mutes it. So you're getting this kind of a muted sound to it. It's like dugga, dugga, dugga. You can like kind of chug with these big fat picks. And it kind of mutes as you're hitting. So it's kind of a weird sound, kind of a niche sound that I wouldn't use all the time, but it was one of those that I was like, I got to try this out. And so I did, and it was pretty cool.
That's great.
My buddy used these monster like ceramic tile picks. What is like probably 2 mil maybe. This is like a regular guitar pick, but it's
well, and I would expect bass, you're gonna want a fatter pick.
A little thicker. You really want a thicker pick on a bass.
Yeah. This is one of the paper thin, like the
See,
super thin.
I don't even want to pick on bass at this point. Like if I try a bass, I really want to get comfortable fingering.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the things about the finger style there is, and again, to me, the 5-string, what I love about it, or one of the things I love about it is the fact I got 5 strings on the bass and I got 5 fingers. So on my picking hand, I can just mute all the strings that I'm not using and just hit the ones that I want to. And just, that's one of the things about trying to keep everything muted. And that's one of the things in the beginning I was asking my buddy on guitar. I'm like, how do you keep all the strings muted? And he just couldn't, elaborate to me how he does it. It's just the way it happens. And it
don't play them.
You have to grow into it. Yeah. It's like, are you muting with the left hand? Are you muting with the right hand? Are you muting with the palm? Are you muting with the fingers? It's all those things are, what is got to be comfortable to you. And you have to be able to not.
Well, and you get a different kind of mute. You get a different kind of mute sound depending on which way you do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important on the bass.
Some of that funky mute, you got to do it on the neck.
Notes overlapping to other notes. You have to definitely mute. There's a lot of muting on the bass. Reminds me when I play timpani. You have to kind of mute the drum, move it around because they're so big and they're so loud.
It's flopping for a while.
How long did you play timpani?
When I studied classically, it was one of the requirements.
I
I tell you,
really wish,
the
I wish
hardest
when
thing
I
on
was in
timpani-
grade school, like I joined band timpani. I wish I had taken that opportunity when I had it.
It's a pretty flashy instrument. The most difficult thing on the timpani that I discovered was that if you're going to do a key change, like a half step up, you have to tune in the key that you're not in to be there. So you have a lot of like, yeah.
You got to get comfortable with the locations across it, because a timpani is like a pitch-based instrument. It's not a drum. Not when you use it right.
You have to have a sense of pitch and melody, and on a timpani, not just as a drummer. You definitely have to deal with how you hit it, how long the head that sticks on the head, all kinds of different sticks for different, like picks, fat felt, thin felt, high, fascinating, difficult instrument to play. There are 5 drums a lot of times.
One of my
So-
favorites in all the orchestral instruments, in my top 5.
For me, it's always been the triangle, and it will always be the triangle.
Oh, you're the cowbell guy in rock.
Hey, yeah, if you have time, I play a song that I wrote that Ian put all the music down to it like a year ago, just like a funky groove, and I finally came up with a lyric for it on my feed, and it's about COVID-19 and the 4 Horsemen.
That's the one we were looking at.
Coming to my house, and we jam, and they play an udu, tambourine, triangle, bongos, and there's a couple of other weird lyrics going on in the song. It's the end of the world.
COVID-19 and the 4 Horsemen.
Yeah.
And I just saw Soul pop in. I think he just
Right.
hopped
There's
in
my
the back.
cowbell.
So we'll take a listen to this, and while I'm doing that, I'll go check and see how he's doing, and we'll get ready for our electronic Thursday.
Yeah, cut us off anytime, Tony. We're past our bedtime anyway.
Yeah,
I got my third win.
I'm just waking up.
I know it. I love it. But if I don't get to talk to you again before, if we're out here already, really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Quiet. Listen to the song, man.
Always a pleasure.
All right.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to be revisiting some of this over the next couple of weeks, because I got research to do.
I took notes tonight. Honestly, I took notes.
Me too. Highly education. Revelation 69.
I guess it's a pretty quiet song.
He hasn't clicked on play yet, but it looks like he might have froze up for a second. I see he's got that same smile on his face. It does happen sometimes.
Is the other guy coming in and they kicks him off?
No,
There's no such thing as multitasking for sure. I mean, we got
to through here to the back room, so he's fine. But he was going to jump over there and check it out, but he has to actually start sharing first. But that's okay. We'll see if he's got it, and if not, we can try to steal the share from him and do it ourselves. Yeah, because there it is. When he pops out like that. Let's see.
I hadn't seen Tony in a while. He's got that whole Moses thing going on, man. Looks really cool.
Yeah, he does.
And your hair is shorter, I think.
Very.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's actually, right now, it's almost getting long compared to what I usually do. A lot of times I'll make it a little bit shorter than this, even. Getting really short.
It's not, at least my long-term memory is exact.
Yeah. Now, which one were we doing just there? We did the waiting a minute ago, right? With
now you got to switch over to. Oh yeah, I have a link on mine there. If you go down a little further, and it'll link over to the COVID.
Yeah, that one.
Ian has controlling interest, of course, and like I said, everything there.
Good. I got back in time. You got it, Glenn?
Yep, I was just bringing it up.
All right. Yeah, this Starlink is still. It's fast, but it's not perfect.
Giving you the trouble, right? Yeah. We'll try this right here. Share that. Oh, I didn't even have my camera on. So
And I am the 69th like, just so you know.
there you go. Ding, 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 ding.
When we're off air, I'll tell you what a 72 is. Right?
Well, it's also Revelation 6:9, so.
Oh yeah, right.
It's a
Oh,
coincidence.
actually, you know what? By the way, guess what? Revelation only goes up to 6:8. That was I'm goofing.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
messing with that.
that's what I love about it. See, I see the humor.
There we go. So we have COVID-19 and the Four Horsemen Jam, the Apocalypso, Revelation 6:9. Nothing to say except everything else. Bam.
You can't write this shit.
Well, I was sitting on top of the world, it was my birthday, when COVID-19 came my way. And now I'm sitting alone, I got nothing to say, except I like watching the end of the world, like anyone else, watch it all unfurl. Here come the four horsemen, they're going for a ride, with COVID-19 personified. Now it's the end of the world today, and I'm supposed to come up with something clever to say that will heal the planet and save the day, but I got nothing. So four horsemen are almost here. I gotta blow a bone and gotta ease my fear. Now the prophecy's becoming real. The four horsemen just broke the seventh seal. Is this a dream or is it real? Now they've arrived, we're talking about doom. They're looking at the watches, sitting in a living room. Death, famine, war, and pestilence, and COVID-19 with the rest of them. Well, it's the end of the world today, and I got nothing to say. Except, hey, COVID, pass the joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, pass the joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Who's got the nachos? Who's got the nachos? Hey, Deb, put down that sword and pick up the maracas. What do you make for it? Hey, COVID, listen to this. It's a new way to play the hand of the wrist. Hey, War, you're on tambourine. Listen to the rhythm, you're a groove machine. Hey, Devin, let's get in. Pick up that triangle, don't be so maniacal. Hey, Pestilence, do what you must. Pick up the bongos, come to the restaurant. Let me hear you play, or let me hear you play. Hey, COVID, pass the joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, don't bug out that joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, pass the joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, don't bug out that joint, pestilence, pass the beer. Who's got the nachos? Well, the end of the world has come, but the party has just begun. Armageddon has come today. Let Jericho Gabriel begin to play. It's the end of the time, I fear, but the music is all I hear. With the end of the time that's come, we're gonna party like the party has just begun. When you told it, pass the joint, pass the least, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, don't bug out that joint, pass the least, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, pass the joint, pass the least, pass the beer. Hey, COVID, don't bug out that joint, pass the least, pass the beer. Who's got the nachos? Who's got the nachos? Hey, Deb, be not proud. Somebody grab their horses, try not to make a sound. Hey COVID, come over here, but not too close. Yeah, right about there. Hey war, what are you good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Whoa! Hey pestilence, you're still hanging with the rest of us. Hey Chairman, I know you got those dojos. Armageddon has come today, and I got nothing to say. It's still my birthday.
That's your blues side, huh?
Hell yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
first take bass, I think. We just jammed through it.
yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Very cool.
We had a lot of fun with it.
I love how you guys can bounce from the jazz to the blues and back and variate little swing. Great mix of genres.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's-
Plus the
Yeah.
instrument choices that you use help to lend towards those sounds. Because sometimes it's just a different instrument that makes it sound jazzy.
absolutely.
This was bluesy, but at the same
Right.
time, the jazz feel in it was your instrument choice.
Good bounce.
Yeah, I guess all
It's
that, you think that free music we grew up on, freedom to do anything we want, really. So many beautiful genres, you know, jazz, classical,
you know what it-
rock.
And a little
reminds
hippie.
me of
The
Mike,
freedom
when-
came from the hippies.
when we used to play in high school. Remember, we used to play at people's like houses, outdoor jams. You know, teenagers, and people would just like jam, right? You know, like Rich Thorpe and all those guitar players, those guys from Groton would come over.
Sure.
You know, and I'm glad I have. You still like, you know, like the Dead and you know, bands like that. It's
Love some
fun to
jams,
play
yeah.
that kind of music, and
Absolutely.
you don't worry about, oh, we going to the bridge here. You know, I mean, you just play.
Just
And
listen and
Yeah,
follow,
the Allman Brothers. were
Yeah, you
beautiful
actually go to the
players
bridge
and-
naturally. Like
Yeah.
the transitions end up happening with a head nod, or like I just
Yeah.
felt like it was time to
You,
change.
you feel the intention change, whether it's everybody kind of getting on the same page and finding their way there, or whether it's one person who just took a, made a decision and just went, and everybody else
Right.
jumped on board and followed.
Or you know your musical partner, because if you play with me long enough, you will know when I tend to change.
absolutely. Oh yeah.
Yeah, all that
it's-
jamming was really good, man. Really good for us to just like organically watch each other and listen and build and play. Allman Brothers, Leonard Skinner, you know, all that rock and roll stuff, man. It was good stuff.
Love it all, man.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's hard to believe that we actually used to play like Allman Brothers, Elizabeth Reed, and stuff like that, and the James Gang, and
Oh, yeah.
God knows what.
We won Battle of the Bands with that song, man. Come on.
Oh, you guys
That's
did
right.
Battle of the
49, huh?
Bands?
In Norwich.
Yeah.
You guys got to play Battle of the Bands together, huh?
Nice.
Yeah.
You've been
Yeah.
together
We-
that long.
we
That
beat
is really cool.
We beat our friend, and he's a great guitar player. He lives up in Massachusetts now, and he was playing in the other competitive band, Jay Dempsey or Jack Jay Dempsey.
Jay Dempsey. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had it, and they were the hot shits. And we were sort of like these upstarts that came from like Ledyard, from
Are you
nowhere.
saying Jack Dempsey in Connecticut?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, man.
yeah. Oh, he's a big
Yeah,
swinging
Rich-
guy that in Groton.
Rich Thorpe. Yeah, right. And yeah, right.
And so
we
played the thing.
they came late. They had a problem coming to the gig, the Battle of the Bands, right? And they had to change their song lineup, and we played before them or something, right? Is that how that went? Ian?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. And we oh yeah, the leader of the band, this brilliant guy, he put together an Allman Brothers medley, which was really mind blowing. And it was like an original twist on Allman Brothers tunes. And then we finished off with that Edgar Winter song. What was that?
Frankenstein.
No, before when he was like in those that live band thing with Edgar Winter with Rick Derringer.
Yeah, I forget. We didn't do Funk 49, did we?
No, in the early days, but not at that gig.
Not that, yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
it was this rockin' Derringer tune, and so and these guys were like stunned, and they were absolutely the rock solid favorites to win the thing, and we edged them out by just a hair. Who really knows who's? But they were the better band.
Come on, man. We kicked their ass, man. We won.
All right.
It's in the W column, right? A win is a win.
But here's the best part, Tony. We're down in Norwich, and of course I go over there, and an insult to injury, I end up stealing Rich Thorpe, the guitar player for our band.
Oh, you got a musician out of it?
Well, he was a borrower. It was a borrowing. It wasn't a theft. It was like a
exactly
session player coming over.
There's the mask.
That's a real win.
I mean, it might be your
how's it going?
girlfriend. It might be my girlfriend, but you know what I mean. We can share the women. We can share the wine, right, dude?
And
Absolutely.
Rich Thorpe is one of the most beautiful guitar players I've ever played with. So yeah,
Oh my God,
lovely to play on you. So.
flowing.
But it's
you know
really
what I mean?
awesome that you guys have gotten to play together for all that time. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
Landline
thanks.
is going to cut us off within the next
you
couple
had some-
minutes because we're coming up on 4 hours, so we're definitely gonna
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
cut it
guys.
4
Yeah.
hours.
It's a beautiful
We
thing.
got the mask.
All right, guys.
here.
Love you to death, man.
Yeah,
We'll
love you, man.
catch
Had a
up.
great time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a fantastic conversation. Highly educational for me.
Yeah.
And stick
For me
around for the
too, man.
electronic show right after this. Yep, with Soul.
Awesome.
When we come right back.
We go over to the we change rooms, right? Do we change rooms?
Yeah,
Sure.
you
Oh.
guys can bounce in the back. I think Soul's just gonna like roll right in. I don't think there's a 4-hour limit anymore. So if there is, it's gonna happen literally in the next minute or two. So if he does get cut, he'll be right back. And if he doesn't, then we're gonna see where the limit is.
Test it on.
Yeah.
Take it to the limit one more time. Yeah.
So stay
There we go,
tuned.
man.
Yeah, I'm going to bed no matter what. My poor wife. Jesus.
Thanks again for coming out, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, thank you. It's
Yeah,
long
great guy.
overdue. We'll come up with some new material and we'll be back.
Oh, and I will play with some of these toys. So if you're interested in like, I want to see that Vocaloid. I'm gonna check it out.
It's insane. You got to look at some of the Japanese videos. They are just freaky.
Vocaloid.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Cheers.
Night,
Have a
guys.
good one.
That was a killer combo, Glenn.
Absolutely, man. Covering a lot of
Oh, bless you.
ground. It was the mask. It wasn't him. It was the mask itself that sneezed.
Yeah,
I
the
think
mask
it was-
sneeze.
I think it was the mask that sneezed.
All right. We'll catch you from the back there, man. Enjoy. Have a great night.
So have a good show.
Thank you. Alrighty. Electronic Thursday. Share screen. Share screen. Welcome to an Electronic Thursday 17. Let's go. Let's hit it up. Electronic Thursday, let's go. First song is Dixer Leon original mix. Date House. Let's go. Sorry guys, we're having a bit of technical difficulty. Technical difficulty, I mean. I think that was a good song. I'm not actually able to hear all of the song because it cut out here, 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 and a few times around here. I'm having some problems with the audio. I don't know what to say. It sounded like a good song. Yeah. Yeah. That was Valami by Mr. Potato. It was good. I liked it. Yeah, good stuff. Next, we've got Sea Waves by Maria. MIDI Instruments, Original House, 2022. Let's go. That was great. Good stuff, Maria. Yeah, it was really good. Need to yeah.
Okay, so stop the share. There you go. I'm gonna grab it and I'll keep you guys tuned in. Take a quick reboot. And I'll keep the music going. That was very nice from Maria, by the way. I
Yeah, it
like
was great.
MIDI work. She's good with the MIDI, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so now we got DJ music and Minecraft songs when the warden appears.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Those songs were great, those 3 songs. I'm just gonna go to this. Like that. Go to this. Go to this. Like that. Next song is called Machinery by Zorb. Machinery. Let's go. Yeah, that was great. That was Machinery by Zorb. It's good stuff. Next we've got Polo G Pop Out Remix. He did this for a friend. Or yeah, Danker Schemor. Or at JK47_PADGETT. Padgett. Alright, let's go.
We pop out at your party, 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 party. Body left the doctor with a new shape, blowing up my phone cause she just see me with my new babe. Heartbreaker ladies love me like I'm Cool J. She was trying to climb, pull up in a new rape. This an only gang that's gonna only get your crew chase. And we house you down, better tighten up your shoelace. Look, bro, get up down, better tighten up your shoe. We pop out at your party. Party, 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 party. pop out city, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little don't get banged. Cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane. We pop out at your party. We pop out at your party.
I call him bro, he said he ready for the state. What you claim? You a lame, you ain't never put a name. So I be around some killers that go crazy for the game. If I showed you all my charges, you won't look at me the same. Made some choices in my life I wish I never had to make. Look, my brother seen them die and I just seen them graduate. Got that on my side and I'm just rolling patches dicks. But my hands can do the job and I ain't talking. I was in the United States cause I had a bag to make. I risked my life for this side cause God didn't let me pass away. Tomorrow spin the block, just know we coming back today. I call Polo, he come Dolo, we get him the fast.
We pop out at your party. We pop out at your party. I'm with the gang, and this don't be open animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little don't get banged. Cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane. We pop out at your party. We pop out at your party.
I like that remix. That was good. Yeah, that was Polo G Pop Out remix. Next we've got Mix 46. It's by Jojo at Jojo_150. Tomo. Let's go. Yeah, that was mix 46. Let's keep going. Next we've got Mr. Simi. Chromatic Younger Loops by Bartek Struck at Mr. Simi. Let's go. Yeah, that was Chromatic by Mr. Simi. That was great. Next we've got Freeform by Mr. 8 Electronica. At official Mr. 8. Mr. 8 Electronica on YouTube. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was Freeform. That was great. Cool beat. Next we've got Skrillex versus Zomboid mix. Best songs. M4A 12AK 8K. It's by Elsa Morales or Fernando Rey at Fernando Rey. Let's go. I think I'll end it there because this song is an 18-minute song. I just realized, but that was great so far. As much as we got to hear of it, but that was like 5 minutes already of the song. Like wow, this is a very long song. Yeah. Besides that, it's great. Yeah. Let's continue on to White Noise by Zonox. It's a Zonox mashup. Yeah, let's give it a listen. Zonox mashup, White Noise. At Zonox. Yeah, that was White Noise by Zonox. Good stuff. Next, we've got another song by Zorb called Raptors. Let's hear it. That was Raptors by Zorb. Good stuff. I liked it a lot. Next, we've got Panama by Turn Up the Volume, also known as at Nando Macaro. Nando Macaro. Let's go. Yeah, Panama. That was good stuff. We've got 2 more songs left on the playlist. We've got Ouch, which we'll play first, by Jeremy James. Listen loud. What? Listen loud. It's good. That was Ouch. It sounded a lot like a Skrillex song, but yeah, no, it was a good remix. If anything, that was great. Yeah. And then we got the last song on the list. It's called Asphalt. Asphalt. And it's by Ada34 _ Future. Let's go. Thank you for watching Electronic Thursday. Let's get it. Yeah, that was Asphalt by Future. It was great. Thank you all for watching, and good night.